official status or the situation in France. So it is a way of getting everyone involved, and a way actually it helps us steer our policy making and the lobbying for the policy making that we want to see at the international and local level. So without further ado, I would now like to introduce the President, Professor Elen Griffiths-Jones, who will open with a few words. Miraz.
Bore da bawb. Good morning everybody, amigas e amigos. Su nomini meu est Elen Griffiths-Jones e seu presidente de Elen, European Language Equality Network. Toro gracias a is organizadores, is sponsor e is autoridades por s'ajudo e su bello trabalho. Saludi a todos. Thank you very much to the organising committee who has hosted us here yesterday and of course today, and we very much look forward to the day's debates. As Elen, we represent over 150 organisations across Europe, over 50 languages, in over 25 countries. And we're very, very grateful also to the organisation, to the members, for investing in also coming to this, this General Assembly today. We need to remember where we are, we need to remember where we want to go, and it's great to see different generations here in the room today. We want to remember as well that we are a large European family and that we also connect with other minorities, other linguistic minorities, other minoritized languages, regional languages, minority languages across the world as well. And we know that as we look to the next generations to take the responsibility forward, we also want to remember people whom we've lost over the past year or so and who made a contribution at home and also at European level. I'm thinking in particular of Professor Tove Skutnab-Kamangas. I'm thinking of Carme Junient from Catalonia. I'm thinking of Finlay MacLeod from Scotland. I'm thinking of Gareth Miles from Wales, and also thinking of Michael Strubel. And some of you who knew the people personally or who knew of their work will know that they weren't afraid of controversy, and you may not have agreed with everything that they said or all their analysis. But we are a broad church as well. We are an organisation and a movement where there is a possibility for debate, for disagreement, for respectful disagreement. And so you may think, why has she mentioned this particular person? They said a few things that I really didn't agree with. But it is a journey, and we need to make sure that we are open to confronting a lot of ideas that we may not have considered useful in the first place. So as we go through our deliberations today, we need to bear in mind some of the concepts that really challenge us as well, some of the ideas that some of these people that I've mentioned now had, and allow that to open our minds as well and to make us think of the better solutions and of the better way forward, looking across the scope. The hashtag is Elen 2023. Is there anything else in practicalities I need to remember? I don't think so. Maybe not now.
Just do spread things on social media as much as possible. And
Please.
it is being live.
Please spread things on social media, and we're live. But so thank you very much for organising the General Assembly. We're very grateful to you. We know how much work it is, and we look forward to the day. Thank you.
Thank you. So good morning. I will speak in Sardinian, so you have your headsets. Benvenuti in Sardegna. È un onore e un raghere a sedere di noi in Castello in questo luogo così importante per la storia nostra. Questo palazzo è istituito un ragazzo su 1300 e appusti è istituito sede de visurrese prima, i spagnolos, pustis piemontesos. È istituito vinse la sede del Regno d'Italia in Sardegna. Oe è la sede istituzionale della città metropolitana di Castello. E a issoso, torro grazie alla municipalità, al suo sindaco Paolo Truzzo, che è in noghe, e al suo direttore generale Stefano Mameli, per usare arrezzido oe in noghe. Questo è Domissoro e Domonosta. Questo palazzo è il simbolo del suo governo, si canta comandato la terra nostra, è la sede del potere e del comando, il suo palazzo del suo governo. Per questo è stato importo a Satovia in noghe oe, ed è importo a celebrare il suo luogo di storia, sempre, oe prude prima, ed è importo a mentare sul logo di storia sarda. Oe so sardoso, sempre de brusu, sunt i privaso de sa limba e de sa cultura soro. Oe so sardoso, come meda popolo d'Europa e de su mondo, non sunt rappresentaus, sunt senza boghe. Oe, medas popolo de su mondo, quando arzenta sa oghe, sunt spostos a sa muda. Sa scultura minores sunt allocadas commente che vessanta esotismos folcloristicos, commente ostacolo a una globalizzazione che gricca de si convincere che di adesso è più facile a tutti de che sa limbasa e sa identidades senza valore commerciale. Oe so sardoso e medas popolo minores timminti de esse sughisuntoso, vivinti una sindrome de Stoccolma. Prusu si violentanta sa terra, prusu si inchelianta sa limba, prusu si cancellanta sa storia, prusu istimmausu che si è morto. Mancae s'agattaus tutto s'aggerrae posso diretto de cose che si parent ancora più esotica de sa nostra, ma non po sa nostra. E s'annarrede, ma voi tattori cuveddu è scominciando questa assemblea in maniera sinchi negativa. Sa risposta è che abbiamo su tempo scurrente. Sa risposta è che denzo tre fizzoso. Sa risposta è che si penso che i sospizzino sardoso non conoscente brusu sul significato sul logo si può bivinti ad all'ompe d'un momento che viene surtima reghina d'esse bogata. Si stima po sa limba e sa terra, sul rispetto po su chi seuso, sa zua da rispettare sos attiros puru, a fregare un mondo più giusto po dottusu, pensando a sos attiros commenta a fradese. E Sara sa torrandesi una volta grazie, può essere di noi che tutto su decoro, si chiede aumentare questa responsabilità che teneus, tutto su. Noi in questo luogo, Elen è un'opportunità de manna e te può essere forte, tutto si impari, te può essere tutto parisi, un'occasione per ognuno. Te può essere sul libro, in un sospizzino su su tempo su che da pennede, imparano a si comprendere e a si rispettare. Mi praga da mentare su babbo dell'archeologia sarda Giovanni Lilliu, che narraia degli sarreghiasa sunt un'opportunità, un valore, e gustasa tocca chi denzente alasa. Da grasa mi spetto che Elen benza da essere su chi deppede, e isca da ponne da alasa a tutta la minoria d'Europa, che sia due esempio, che sia di su modello di un'Europa che è sempre bisau. Prima di serrare, torro grazie a sa regione sarda, a sa dottoressa Schirru e a suoi colleghi e amici del suo servizio Limba Sarda e sa assessorau, a sa fondazione Sardegna Carlo Mannoni, senza di esso non fiauso rennesso a fare questo attovio, a suo comune di Castello e a sa città della metropolitana, a sa fondazione Sardegna Film Commission, a sa Cineteca Sarda e pur che tutto a sa Sozio Babel, a Paolo Carboni, Vardemeu, a Lucrezia De Cortes, a Maria Elena Garau e Alessandro Pisu e tutto so schianta di riballau con noi, a tutto so schianta zuau, buon traballo. Grazie. Chiedo preguntare a suo sindaco Paolo Truzzo, per un saluto. He has a marriage, so we are very quickly now. Grazie Paolo.
Benvenuti in most beautiful city of the world. Continuerò in italiano, perché scherzo ovviamente. Benibenius e le altre parole che ho detto in inglese sono le uniche parole che conosco nelle due lingue. Io oggi sono molto contento che voi siate qua con noi, vi ringrazio la Presidente, il Segretario, ringrazio Tore, anche se mi ha rubato parte dell'intervento, per aver scelto questo luogo e per poter fare questo incontro in questo luogo che ha un significato a mio parere dà ancora più importanza al lavoro che voi state facendo. Tore ha un po' raccontato la storia di questo palazzo è un palazzo che si è iniziato a costruire all'inizio del 1300, era la sede del viceré spagnolo, gli spagnoli hanno dominato per lungo tempo la Sardegna. È stato la sede dei Savoia nel momento in cui durante le guerre napoleoniche il Piemonte è stato occupato dai francesi, quindi hanno dovuto andare in esilio e sono venuti qua in Sardegna, ma ha anche altre caratteristiche. È stato anche il primo luogo in cui si è riunito il Consiglio regionale sardo dopo il fascismo e dopo la monarchia e l'avvento della Repubblica. E ancora di più, lo dico, in quest'area, anche se non proprio in questo posto, in quest'area si riunivano i primi stamenti sardi, che erano la prima forma, di partecipazione delle rappresentanze del popolo, anche se erano ancora delle oligarchie, alla vita delle loro comunità. E questo è un fattore molto, molto importante, perché è un luogo che respira storia, che ha respirato, come ha detto Tore, anche la storia della dominazione su una comunità, ma anche un luogo che racconta tutta la storia delle nostre comunità e racconta in fin dei conti un pezzo di storia d'Europa. È un luogo piccolo, siamo in un luogo piccolo, ma è una storia da un certo punto di vista che ci accomuna in parte tutti. Io vi voglio ringraziare per il lavoro che fate, lo dico da cittadino sardo e da cittadino italiano che non parla il sardo, perché purtroppo per i fatti della vita lo comprendo. Sono nato e vissuto a Cagliari, ma i miei genitori sono di un'altra zona, quindi ho sempre sentito il nuorese. Purtroppo non ho avuto la fortuna e l'opportunità di fare questa esperienza e, come dice Tore, ci sono tanti bambini, tanti giovani che non hanno questa possibilità. E il lavoro che voi fate è fondamentale, perché riuscire a tenere viva la lingua significa tenere viva l'identità di un luogo. E io sono convinto che sia anche interesse di chi governa, in questo caso anche del governo italiano, mantenere viva, nel nostro caso, questa esperienza e questa identità, perché solo se si mantiene viva questa esperienza e questa identità noi riusciamo a essere veramente comunità, e riusciamo a essere veramente comunità locale, comunità nazionale e permettetemi di dire anche comunità europea. È fondamentale in un mondo che è sempre più globalizzato, sempre più omogenizzato, in cui tutto sembra sempre più univoco, avere invece la capacità di esaltare le differenze, perché sono le differenze e le diversità che ci permettono di incontrarci, di riconoscerci, di essere più vivi e di costruire sempre qualcosa di meglio per le nostre comunità. Quindi grazie veramente di cuore per il lavoro che fate e sappiate che dell'amministrazione di Cagliari, del Comune di Cagliari, della città metropolitana che io per breve tempo rappresento, ovviamente avrete e avete sempre un alleato sicuro a vostra disposizione per cercare di lavorare per far sì che questo patrimonio non si disperda, ma anzi diventi sempre un patrimonio più diffuso, un patrimonio più comune, diventi uno degli elementi di vita delle nostre comunità. Buon lavoro, mi scuso perché come diceva Tore, tra i vari impegni del sindaco c'è anche celebrare i matrimoni, oggi celebro 2 matrimoni, fra l'altro di 2 amici, anche lì è una vita, è un percorso che inizia assieme, quindi mi fa piacere raccontarlo in questa occasione il lavoro che fate. Grazie a tutti e buon proseguimento.
And now the delegates of the Assessore alla Cultura of the Region of Sardinia, Mauro Contini. Mauro, prego. I think he will speak in Sardinian, maybe. Sardinian?
Sardegna, Campidanese. Benvenuti a tutti, sardos e non sardos, e buona giornata a tutti. Io che sono in campidanese, ma anche non ho studiato e non conosco bene questa grammatica. Poi faccio dei gusti che ho imparato bene di una bidda, sapere un anno una bidda della Sardegna, sono stato pure il suo sindaco, che si serve a quarto, e in questa bidda mera gente che stanno scelti su sardo, e quindi ho imparato tra ballendi, vivendi e sabira di piccioccheddu. E quindi mi piace di rappresentare questa storia cosa nostra, che non è possibile bene oggi a si portare saluto e a rappresentare impari a tutti voi altri. Poi come il nostro sindaco crea un mera in questa che accidenti rari e chi ne ricordiamo che ne zeus, ne beneus, i taseus. E infatti si conta una cosa, perché il suo sindaco non era prima, non ho studiato su sardo, in domo mia, quando santo allevavo, mamma mia, che si intendiera che sto in sardo, si picava bussinare. Quindi non dobbiamo stare questionare su sardo, e questo succedeva in tutte le famiglie, in vera famiglia sarda. Dove abbiamo un pago anarchico e invece chi sta in sardo mi è sempre piaciuto e mi piace ancora. E quindi crea un tutto gusto. E voglio ringraziare tutti quanti, a partire da tutti i dirigenti Cosa Nostra, dalla dottoressa Schifro e tutti gli altri, che hanno dato l'opportunità di fare in Castello questa gira. La prima volta Elen venne in Sardegna a Castello e si era pregiato da pure ospitare. Babel sul festival, questa gira, e noi abbiamo fatto questa prima conferenza della lingua sarda che è stata istituita in su 2018. Quindi, buon lavoro a tutti e io mi auguro che si piace a me la Sardegna e poi tornerai in vacanza la prossima volta.
Grazie. Antonietta Marra from the University of Cagliari.
Benvenuti, dobrodošli v Castellu. I'm honored and very pleased to be here today to bring the greetings of the rector of the University of Cagliari for the Elen Assembly. Our university is particularly close to the aims and spirit of the association. Attention to the minority languages has in the University of Cagliari a history that dates back to the 70s. In fact, the protection of minority languages, and particular Sardinian, at the university began well before the promulgation of the national and regional laws that had this purpose. As early as 1971, the Faculty of Humanities in Cagliari unanimously approved a document proposed by the then president, which called the region and the institution to take appropriate actions to protect and promote the languages and culture of Sardinia, and called into question in particular the role of schools and educational context. A teaching of Sardinian linguistics, the first of this kind in Italy, has been activated in the same faculty in 1954, and it continues till these days. In 1970, the teaching of Catalan language was also included. Moreover, since 2017, the teaching of Sardinian language, not only Sardinian linguistics, have also been added to the undergraduate graded degree curriculum. So now the Sardinian language is taught just like other languages, English, French, German, Spanish, Arabic, Chinese, in our faculties, with a practical and applied part of the teaching carried by two Sardinian lecturers. Attention to minority languages of Sardinia, Italy, Europe is given also by the our teaching course of sociolinguistics, and the Department of Humanities over the years dedicated many meetings, international summer schools and conferences to minority language. The last one in 2019, where also Tore was invited, was the Conference of Italian Associated of Applied Linguistics, which wanted to talk about minority languages taking into account the growing pluri and multilingualism and speakers' repertoires. The conference was in fact significantly titled Minority Languages Between Localism and Globalization. In our university, Sardinian teaching were also taught within a series of second-level masters, especially dedicated to teachers of schools in the year 2000, but also for many years till 2010, and then from 2011 for 3 years we had some masters. The last ones were called Sardinian Language Teacher Training, and the proposal of these masters included both a more theoretical dimension on Sardinian linguistics, but also methodological reflection, center on the teaching of minority languages, and finally a more applied part aimed at classroom teaching. This is our past, but I would like also to tell you something about our future. I'm very happy to tell you that next October 2024, the Department of Humanities, with the support of the Regione Sardinia, will give a new master degree of second level on the teaching of Sardinian language and minority languages. And this is dedicated to teachers of all degrees and levels, and this master course aims to relaunch a period on focus on the initial and ongoing training of teachers that does not forget to pay attention to the entire linguistic repertoire of the territory and its speakers. Always for our future, I would like to close this brief introduction of university interest in minority languages, telling you that the University of Cagliari, thanks to the collaboration of the Department of Humanities, Lettere, Lingue and Beni Culturali, and the Sardinian Language Office of the Sardinian region, has made possible to create the first Sardinian language certificate for level C1, in compliance with all international standards of assessment. The assessment given by the ALTE, the Association of Language Testers in Europe. There have already been 2 examination sessions in September 2022 and 2023 with approximately 250 speakers who has taken their certificate, and there are more sessions, C1 level certification of Sardinian already planned in February 2024 and May 2024. We are also starting work to implement the offer of certified levels from the level A1 upwards, and also Sardinian language courses to prepare for different levels, but also to spread out, we hope, the languages between young people, first of all, our students, first of all. You will understand, therefore, how important Elen's assembly in Cagliari is for us, how important is Elen Assembly for us, and how important is for the University of Cagliari to support its language policies. Therefore, on behalf of the rector, I thank you for choosing Cagliari for your assembly, and I wish you good work and fruitful discussion. Buon trabalho.
Grazie Antonietta. Stefano Mameli, the director of the municipality. We are here thanks to the mayor and thanks to Stefano.
I will speak Sardinian. So, thank you. Sarasa, da Torre 5 da Saregaio che do a Cruzzo, potete che non andate troppo a lungo. Io sono Stevi Mammevi, sono direttore generale della città metropolitana di Castello. Benvenuto in Castello de Suso, questo è Castello de Suso. Mi abbiamo preparato una cosa per si questionare da questo luogo, da Domo Nostra, questo luogo bello, ma non già questionare autore, non questionare sul sindaco, sicché lo potrebbe dire con i giochi degli altri. Noi come città metropolitana, io sono cercato di fare su che io posso per aiutare questa associazione a poter realizzare questo attopio di oggi. Per noi è un vanto, ma è un vanto pure che Elen, associazioni, su network, abbia da cercare un castello per attopiare oggi. Per noi è un vanto metà a mano. L'unica cosa che tu hai cominciato sul discorso che è negativo, no? Iniziato a ragionare, ho pensato che devo già più di 4 anni che sei direttore generale in città metropolitana e questa è la prima volta che devo posso questionare in sardo, poi non capita, è su dritto, e vai è lungo meta. Poi che questioni già ne si questionavo, questioni culturali, questioni legate pure all'istruzione, alla scuola. Io tengo un figlio piccolo che comprende il suo sardo ma tenti difficoltà a chi non è su sardo. Perché la volta quando in famiglia non funziona su babbo e su mamma, tutto su chi non più lingua, è più difficile. Però rispetto a quando abbiamo vitichetto Deo, mi rendo conto che oggi è meta diverso. Quando noi facciamo vitichetto, poi Deo nasce e cresce in bidda, quindi me bidda pitticca è più facile pure di chi ancora chi non è su sardo. In città è più difficile, purtroppo il tempo per tanti anni un sistema che non è andata per su sardo, ma anzi va contro su sardo. Quindi è difficile da recuperare, su diretto è un lungo. Però io penso che ci deve provare tutti, ognuno ci deve provare, posso che puoi fare. Io posso che faccio in noi, posso traballo che faccio in noi, ci provo, in suo senso che ogni volta che a me qualcuno mi chiede in sardo, io attacco in sardo. Non è che... Però comprendo pure che a metà volta è difficile da cattare. È difficile un'altra cosa pure, poi mi cito, quando depois questionare in sardo, le cose soprattutto particolari, meta tecnicas o amministrativas, poi su sardo è una lingua che metà cose a suo tempo sono connota. Quindi quando Deo, per esempio, prima facevamo un'altra cosa, rappresentavamo imprese di artigianato sardo, mi è capitato di questionare in sardo, ma è difficile a cercare, poi ho usato due scesi, no? La lingua nostra è italiano, no? Poi la prima lingua mia è su sardo, ma l'italiano è su che va e dauso. L'italiano è preo del vuedo su inglese, sì che poi mi da volta se posso fare sul ragionamento di provare a tradurre in sardo un vuedo che non c'è manco in italiano, potete usare direttamente in inglese. Cioè è una cosa complicata, però non è impossibile. Sicché Dio sono contento che ho usato su Satoviasi in noi proprio per cercare di dare un segnali importanti e spero che su chi ha ragionato in noi di Bessa da Forasa, a Forasa de Castello, a Forasa de Sardegna e Dio so pregiato che ho usato su Benesi, di adesso su differenti luoghi su dell'Europa, sicché sul retto è lungo, ma Dio so cominciavo a fare. Grazie e buon traballo a tutti.
So now I will let the word to David. Today we have the streaming EIA TV in YouTube, Babel Film Festival Facebook this morning, and I will say thank you to the team, Giovanni, Nicola, Radio Televisione Sarda, EIA TV, and all colleagues who are working, and for the translation from Sardinian to English, Miriam e Massimo. Thank you, buon lavoro.
Okay, amigos e amigas. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I think it is. So now we are going into the session, the 9:30 session, the plenary event, Italian ratification of the Council of Europe, European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. So I'd like to invite Professor Fernand de Varenne, Professor Jarmo Lainio, Anna Soler, Elena Testor to come and sit here, but one is going to be joining us online.
Like Fernandez first, and he'll stand there.
Okay.
And then like Yarmo come up. Yeah?
Okay, okay.
Yeah. Because the others like, yeah, well Yarmo can stay there, but just one.
Yeah.
Just one.
Okay, so is... Can I sit there? You can sit wherever you like. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Buona dia. Buona die, good morgen, demat, bon dia, egunon, bonjour. So, first allow me to express my thanks to the European Language Equality Network's President and Secretary General, Elen and David, for the honor of being here to contribute to this discussion this morning on a timely and important issue for languages such as Sardinian. And also I want to say thank you, of course, my appreciation for all the hard work by Tore, who is behind me, hello Tore, and all of his colleagues here at the Babel Film Festival, making this annual meeting such a wonderful experience in a beautiful part of Italy. Let me get to the main point. Should Italy ratify the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages? Yes, for 3 reasons. First, all European countries should do this because this is one of the elements of the evolution of Europe itself as a community in a way, society united in diversity, in varietate concordia, according to the official motto, for example, for Europe. Second, since European fundamental values is about accepting and being inclusive of its linguistic and cultural diversity, then it must recognize and protect this diversity. And that is why you have so many instruments in Europe espousing this in a variety of ways. You have obviously the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages, but you also have the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities and many others. Thirdly, beyond values, there are human rights. States must also respect one of the defining characteristics that unites human societies. And that means the support for and the use of the languages of Europe, whenever and to the extent it is possible, it is practical. We, human beings, are language animals. It is what defines us and connects us with family, communities, history, societies. It's our stories, our cultures. Language is a bridge, or perhaps a better word would be gateway. It opens or it connects us to our identity, to belonging, and allows us to participate. So the key to acceptance and inclusion is to use as much as possible your language, your languages, to acknowledge and accommodate the reality of us being humans, our linguistic diversity. Now, there's a reverse side to this. And the reverse side is that you can have denial, discrimination, and even exclusion of minorities or indigenous peoples, and also users of sign languages, if you do not use these languages. And as some of you may have read, just recently, the European Court of Human Rights found that Bulgaria was in violation of the Human Rights Convention by prohibiting the use of the Turkish language and other minority languages in the country during elections, and only allowing the national language, Bulgarian, to be used during election campaigns. To put it differently, to deny using a minority language in areas of public participation, such as election, was determined by the European Court to be a violation of freedom of expression. But it also is something else. It actually is a message that to be inclusive in Europe, you have to allow these languages to be used in an area so important as elections, political participation of minorities. And this is the key point to keep in mind. Linguistic rights are human rights, and in the case of Bulgaria and the Turkish language, it was an issue of freedom of expression. Justice and fairness, dignity and equality, as you have in the title, the name of your network, all combine to mean that states cannot simply prohibit or not allow the use of minority languages and only impose one official language everywhere for everyone. That is not what equality means in the end. So there are human rights aspects to keep in mind. The use of minority languages help to increase the level of participation by minorities, as well as their presence and visibility within a country, and even their employment opportunities. That's more likely to contribute positively to peace, unity, and stability if you recognize the reality on the ground. And the reality on the ground is the existence of communities that share a different language. The European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages is another tool, or perhaps it might be better to say a guiding legal document as to how in practice a state can embrace its linguistic diversity in such key areas as education, of course, public services, the justice system, public media, and so on. It is, strictly speaking, the European Charter is not a human rights document, it's a linguistic diversity document. But still, it shows the way to achieve the same ultimate goals through a different path: the recognition, protection, and promotion of regional or minority languages, such as Sardinian. So I said earlier there were 3 reasons why Italy should ratify the language charter. I think I'll finish by saying there's a 4th one. Italy already has in place, in some parts of the country, good practices on policies and legislation which go a long way to protect and promote its linguistic diversity and the language rights of some of its minorities. Last year, at the United Nations General Assembly, we had what is called a high-level event in New York, where we referred to what Italy has done for the Ladin and German languages in the region of Bolzano-Bozen. And we actually talked at the United Nations General Assembly as this being a rather, well, quite good practice, actually, a role model almost, but a very good practice, which has helped many would agree to also make this region a quite well-developed area. So Italy is on the right track in parts of the country, but there can still also be improvements, particularly for other minority languages. What I would add is that the ratification of the Charter would not only provide European expertise and advice on how to do better for other minority languages, it would also contribute to Italy playing a greater role in the European project of in Variete Concordia, or United in Diversity, and would help by Italy being part of and participating with other European countries, which has ratified the Charter. So Europe's motto of United in Diversity is not an empty slogan. It is an inclusive principle of European democracy and a pillar of European citizenship and identity. And that must include embracing and protecting the rich linguistic diversity represented by Sardinian, Catalan, and all of the beautiful linguistic diversity that is represented by minority languages. So that is why instruments such as the Charter are so important and should be ratified. There's an African proverb that says, if you want to go quickly, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Italy can go much further by going with others, together, by ratifying the Charter and being part and playing a part in the principles of respect for linguistic diversity, which makes our societies richer, healthier, and more inclusive. Merci, Eskerik Akso, Dankeschön, gracias, Trugares, gracias.
Yeah, you can stay here. Thank you very much, Fernand de Varenne, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. I'm now going to ask Professor Jarmo Lainio, the Vice Chair of the COMEX, the Committee of Experts of the Council of Europe's European Charter for Regional and or Minority Languages.
Thank you. I'm very happy to participate in this event arranged by Elen and the local and regional organizers, since I get the opportunity to meet old and new friends, but also to learn about the situation of Sardinian languages, and especially in this historical surrounding presented by Cagliari and Castedo. Well, I suppose these are the bilingual names of the city. I've been asked to add to the discussion on the potential ratification by Italy on the Minority Language Charter, or ECRML as we call it. But I have already found great similarities for Sardinian with other region minority languages in Europe. So already this type of international contacts would be of future importance for the speakers of Sardinian and for other language communities in Europe. There are several reasons, as we already heard from Fernand, there are really strong reasons for Italy to ratify. But also as an extension, and considering that Italy has signed the Charter in 2000, 23 years ago, and been on the verge of ratifying it several times, it has also ratified the Framework Convention for National Minorities. Only some politically steered last-moment interventions seem to have interrupted the process of final ratification. I will give some general reasons for another route for Italy to take. One main aim of such a ratification is to add to the internal and national protection of historical linguistic minorities, already reflected in many legislative and practical proposals, with 12 language groups covered by national legislation since 1999. A ratification would give the protection and promotion of all historical minority languages in Italy a long-term political and legal basis, and create an international and external monitoring of the process, which is quite important, which at the national level still seems to be missing as a coherent activity. This would create expectations of a planned and long-term language policy with regard to most historical linguistic minorities in Italy. Some additional reasons are pointed out in the fifth opinion of the Framework Convention's report on Italy in this spring 2023. Italy has ratified the Framework Convention, and this points to a willingness to adhere to international standards in the field of minority language protection and promotion, which could easily be extended to cover the languages per se, which is in no way in conflict with the Framework Convention. The Advisory Board's opinion also repeatedly confirmed that there is need for Italy to ratify the Charter as well. In addition, I can see several other reasons for ratification by Italy. It could lead to a coherent policy at local, regional, national levels, with the main responsibility taken care of at the national level, but many of the implementations would be carried out at the lower local and regional levels, just like today, in which there still seem to exist clear discrepancies between different kinds of more or less stable and less stable historical linguistic minorities. both financially and administratively. It could also lead to a more coherent funding that is partially already now in place for some of the historical linguistic minorities, and improve the structure and seasonality of the funding process, which now still lacks some consistency and long-term sustainability. The points mentioned are of importance since there are several gains both for the historical linguistic minorities and the local, regional, national minorities. There would presumably be a more sustained, structured, and systematic protection of most historical linguistic minorities in Italy, without a lot of differences in the implementation of them. And with the ratification, the whole field of language policy and language planning would become more visible and long-term in its character, which would be a benefit for both the national and international scene within this field. For example, and which is of crucial importance, there should develop a structured and sustained educational system, including teaching materials and teacher education, as well as equitable quantities and qualities of education for the different languages. The crux of the Charter should also lastly be mentioned due to the possibility integrated and developed in aims and the structure of the Charter to adapt the protection and promotion of regional minority languages according to the situation of each language through the menu system and the division into Part 2 and Part 3 for different types of regional minority languages would give abundant possibilities for both the state authorities and the representatives of the regional minority languages to be adequately covered by the state-level protection. And not to forget, those who would benefit the most of this are the speakers. The monitoring process also gives the speakers an opportunity to meet with the committee of experts to express their views, and this is quite rare in international conventions. So I will stop there, and if there are questions, I think we are both ready to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jarmo. We'll now go online to Anna Soler, the senior expert at the Directorate General Education and Culture at the European Commission. Are you with us, Anna?
Yeah, bon dia, Anna.
Hello,
Bon dia.
I am here with you and I hope you can see me and hear me.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a pleasure to be with you. Bon dia a tots. Volia saludar també en la meva pròpia llengua, el català, perquè crec que hi ha alguns dels assistents que em podreu entendre. Em sap molt de greu no ser amb vosaltres a Cagliari. I just wanted to say a couple of words in Catalan, my mother tongue. I so much regret not being in this beautiful palace in Cagliari with you today. And I am sure you are at least, you have some 5 degrees warmer than in Brussels, but okay. I am anyway very honored to be able to address you in the name of the European Commission. So we are speaking about the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages of the Council of Europe. And here I am representing a whole different set of institutions. I work in the European Union, in the European Commission. So I would like to just go a little bit off chart for a second to explain what the situation legally is in the European Union. And to say, like some previous speakers have referred to this kind of founding principles and mentality in Europe, and linguistic diversity and respect of the rights of persons belonging to minorities are actually founding values of the European Union, and they are in the Treaty of the European Union, which reads that the rich cultural and linguistic diversity and Europe's cultural heritage should be safeguarded and enhanced. There is also a Charter of Fundamental Rights of the EU that prohibits discrimination on grounds of language, and an obligation to respect linguistic diversity. However, despite all these good words that we have in the treaties, the Commission has actually no general power as regards minorities. Their status, the regime governing the use of languages in their territories. So actually it is our member states that retain the general powers to take decisions over minorities. And although we have the Charter of Fundamental Rights, which I referred to, It's only when a situation is entailing the implementation of EU law, only when it is EU law, that we can then make sure that member states respect it. But for the rest, it is really up to them to have their own policy and to ensure the respect of their obligations regarding fundamental rights as the result of their constitutional order and then their international commitments. For instance, the European Charter of Regional or Minority Languages of the Council of Europe, which addresses specifically the protection of national minorities. So, of course, yes, we should welcome the ratification of the Charter by all of our member states, including Italy, because it is in line with the EU values, but this one is actually designed to protect and promote the regional and minority languages specifically, obliging the states to actively promote the use of these languages in education, in the judicial system and administration, media, culture, economic and social life. Well, we don't have such an instrument. What we do have at the EU that I wanted to tell you briefly about to end on a positive note is programs that allow us to support our linguistic diversity, even within our limited competences in this field. For instance, we have the European Agenda for Culture and the Erasmus Plus program. Erasmus Plus is maybe more known for mobility, but it also finances a lot of cooperation projects. And it has been funding numerous projects promoting the visibility and promotion of regional and minority languages. Actually, inclusion and diversity are overarching priorities for the program. We also have Creative Europe that can fund projects on cultural diversity, linguistic heritage, translation of literary words, and language preservation. We are preparing a brochure that we will be publishing in the next weeks, compiling and summarizing many of these projects in order to inspire others to apply, raise awareness of what can be done for NGOs, schools, cultural and creative organizations, because the trick with the Erasmus Plus program is that proposals need to come bottom up. So the funding is there, and these are subjects that are close to our heart, but it has to be an organization that comes with this cooperation idea, and then we can fund it. We also have the European Language Label, which is an award recognizing excellence in language learning and teaching of projects. And we give every couple of years like a priority or several priority subjects to apply for the label and for the award. And precisely in 2023 and 2024, one of the priority fields is support to projects addressing minorities and regional languages as a way to promote equity, social cohesion, and active citizenship. So just to let you know about that. I'm also pleased to announce that the Erasmus Plus online language support, which is helping participants in mobility activities to train in languages and follow online language courses, will include very soon links to language learning resources in Catalan, Basque, and Galician, following the request from the Spanish government. So this will be incorporated in the next few days. Also, the Commission's research program, the Horizons Europe, supports linguistic diversity. So I wanted to mention an ongoing project on safeguarding endangered languages in Europe, and then a new call on strategies to strengthen the European linguistic capital in a globalized world, which just opened this week a couple of days ago. And so finally, the Commission is also further developing its cooperation on regional and minority languages with the Council of Europe's European Centre for Modern Languages. And I just wanted to let you know we are organizing a colloquium specifically on minority languages within a plurilingual context on the 7th of November. And I trust that Ellen will be present. Thank you so much for your attention. Gracias.
Gracias. Moltes gracias, Anna. Thank you very much for joining us online. And yeah, I think it is probably much nicer here today than it is in Brussels. So we hope to be able to welcome you in person next time. So we'd like to now invite Senator Elena Testor to the to the front. Oh no, you're online as well, are you? I'm sorry, my mistake. A member of the Italian Parliament and also a member of the Human Rights Committee at the Italian Parliament. Good morning to you.
Buongiorno a tutti, innanzitutto voglio ringraziare per questo invito. Ringrazio Ellen per tutto il lavoro che sta facendo per le minoranze linguistiche, per la tutela delle minoranze linguistiche regionali o minoritarie. Io provengo appunto da una valle, sono qui oggi in collegamento proprio dalla Valle di Fassa, che è una delle minoranze italiane, e devo dire che anche questo convegno che viene fatto in Sardegna, dove diciamo c'è questa altra minoranza linguistica italiana sarda, è un luogo molto importante. Magari chissà, la prossima volta potreste venire anche da noi in Val di Fassa per vedere appunto quella che è la nostra minoranza linguistica. Io diciamo ho avuto un ruolo amministrativo qui in Valle, che al Comune General de Fassa io ero procuradora e avevo appunto il ruolo, come delega da provincia autonoma di Trento, della tutela e la valorizzazione della lingua ladina. Nel frattempo, questo lo faccio un po' come presentazione, nel frattempo sono stata candidata e sono stata eletta al Senato, e diciamo una delle mie priorità è stata proprio quella di presentare un disegno di legge che prevedesse appunto la ratifica della Carta europea delle lingue regionali o minoritarie. La scorsa legislatura, la 18ª legislatura, di fatto ho voluto organizzare anche un convegno per sensibilizzare tutti i miei colleghi sul tema delle minoranze linguistiche, perché so benissimo che le minoranze linguistiche vengono un po' viste come nicchia, come diciamo non nella discussione generale proprio al centro. E quindi avevo organizzato questo convegno che, devo dire, in principio sembrava che non fosse molto partecipato, invece poi stupendo diciamo tutta la platea, abbiamo avuto una grandissima partecipazione con relatori di altissimo livello, e devo dire anche un'attenzione da parte dei colleghi che sono venuti a conoscenza poi di questo argomento che, come dicevo prima, forse spesso viene considerato molto più di nicchia. Di fatto la ratifica della Carta europea delle lingue regionali o minoritarie sono da parecchie legislature in cui vengono presentati disegni di legge che vanno in questa direzione, ma poi di fatto purtroppo non si arriva mai ad una conclusione. Nella 17ª legislatura è stato fatto un lavoro importante, perché i disegni di legge sono stati prima incardinati e poi lavorati dalle commissioni referenti, quindi dalla prima e dalla terza commissione, e era stato fatto anche tutto un ciclo di audizioni che di fatto avevano portato alla fine dei lavori in commissione, e il disegno di legge avrebbe dovuto approdare in aula. Purtroppo il termine della legislatura non ha permesso di poter concludere appunto l'iter, che, come sapete bene, una volta che arriva in aula in Senato poi deve andare alla Camera, e se ci sono ulteriori modifiche alla Camera di fatto ritorna al Senato della Repubblica. Nella 18ª legislatura sono stati presentati 4 disegni di legge sempre per la ratifica della Carta europea, e purtroppo anche lì per termine di legislatura si era conclusa sempre con un comitato ristretto che avrebbe dovuto sintetizzare i 4 disegni di legge, cercando di trovare appunto una linea comune, costituendo proprio un comitato ristretto che avrebbe lavorato per questo disegno di legge. Purtroppo il comitato aveva previsto la sua prima seduta il 20 luglio 2022, che di fatto è il giorno in cui è caduto il governo. In questa legislatura sono stati ripresentati 3 disegni di legge, sempre per la ratifica della Carta europea, di cui chiaramente c'è anche il mio prima firma che porta il mio nome. Poi c'è un altro disegno di legge della senatrice Unterberger e Thunwalder e un altro disegno di legge della senatrice Reutsch. Quindi diciamo, bene o male, riusciamo a raggiungere anche quasi tutto l'arco parlamentare, a raggrupparli tutti. I disegni di legge di fatto non si differenziano molto nella loro composizione, diciamo che tutti hanno pochissime differenze tra di loro. Diciamo che le più vanno tutte a richiamare quella che è la legge 482 del 1999, dove vengono riconosciute le minoranze linguistiche in Italia, e quindi da qui insomma si parte il lavoro, e io credo che si riesca anche a fare una sintesi abbastanza immediata. L'obiettivo che ci siamo dati, adesso il disegno di legge è stato nuovamente incardinato nelle 2 commissioni referente, che è la prima e la terza commissione. L'obiettivo che almeno io mi sono preposta, perché credo che sia fondamentale riuscire, visto che comunque è appena passato un anno dall'inizio della legislatura, e quindi abbiamo, se tutto va bene, ancora 4 anni per poter realizzare e portare a termine la ratifica della Carta europea, è quello appunto di cercare di mantenere quello che in questo momento è previsto dalla legge 482, perché diversamente si andrebbe a incrementare quello che è l'impegno di spesa sul bilancio di Stato, e quindi si riuscirebbe a trovare degli ostacoli, e mantenere in questo momento le misure che sono previste appunto dalla legge 482 e che già stanno attuando le regioni in questo momento. Quindi ecco, se in accordo con gli altri presentatori del disegno di legge si riuscisse a raggiungere questo obiettivo senza andare a modificare, perché per esempio nel disegno di legge del numero 230, prima firma Reutsch, sono previste anche i rom e camminati, e quindi si farebbe anche un po' fatica magari a raggiungere, secondo le normative italiane, quello che è andare a modificare la legge 482. Quindi restare fissi su quello che noi già prevediamo tramite le nostre leggi, per poi riuscire ad appunto arrivare a ratificare, quindi dare questa importante valorizzazione anche alle nostre lingue, e una tutela superiore, oltre diciamo alle leggi nazionali, che comunque diciamo a livello italiano, proprio con l'approvazione della legge 482 siamo ben tutelati, però per dare il valore appunto alla una tutela maggiore a livello europeo. Io credo che quello che un po' dobbiamo far tutti noi che lavoriamo e siamo anche per le minoranze linguistiche, è quella di sensibilizzare anche le persone che magari non provengono da una minoranza linguistica, per far comprendere appunto che le minoranze linguistiche sono delle specificità, dei valori che servono anche a tenere uniti anche tutti i popoli, perché spesso si crede che le lingue dividano, invece non è vero, le lingue uniscono i popoli, e uniscono soprattutto perché ognuno di noi vuole preservare quella che è la propria storia, le proprie radici, portarle avanti con orgoglio, e per questo anche tutelarle a tutti i livelli, quindi partendo dalle leggi provinciali, leggi nazionali e poi la tutela chiaramente europea.
Okay. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Grazie a voi.
Grazie. Thank you very much for your intervention and for joining us this morning. We've heard a lot of testimony, we've heard from our expert speakers, and now as Elen, we are formally calling on the Italian government to sign, not only as they signed the Charter well over 20 years ago, but now we're asking for the ratification of the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. And we are asking the Italian government to do that in the presence today of the United Nations, the Council of Europe, and the European Union. We know that signing the Charter and ratifying the Charter for the 12 languages named will create a more coherent way of taking those languages into the future. We also know that Italy is in rather an anomalous position in that it has signed the Charter but not yet ratified the Charter. And we know that under the Copenhagen criteria, all accession states to the European Union must not only sign but also ratify the European Charter for Regional or Minority Languages. And so that's why we are asking very, very clearly today that the Italian government ratify the European Charter for Regional and Minority Languages. Thank you very much to all our speakers this morning who've helped us take this position and who've explained it very, very clearly, looking at their expert opinions on why this is such an important step. We know that there are other states that have not ratified and are also in an anomalous position. But because we're holding this General Assembly in the Italian state, it is very pertinent that we make this call here on this territory today. Thank you very much. Diolch yn fawr iawn. Now we go to our next session.
Right, now, the next session is the plenary speech from our distinguished guest, Professor Colin Williams, Prifysgol Caerdydd and University of Cambridge, former Senior Research Associate at the VHI Institute at St Edmund's College, Cambridge, and he remains an honorary professor in the School of Welsh in Cardiff University, where he worked for many years. And we did invite him, because of his expertise, with things to do with Welsh after last year's General Assembly. So there's a bit of continuity from last year. And it helps us in our reflections about what's happening with the Sardinian language. So, Colin, diolch yn fawr.
There should be a PowerPoint somewhere. Diolch, David. Let's go back to the beginning. Right, I'm very pleased to be here, mainly to learn from others, but David has asked me to present a schematic overview of what's happened in Wales as an example, not a model, not best practice, just an example for others to hear about our experience. So I, and the whole generation of people like me born in the 1950s, am a witness to the transformation in the revitalisation of the Welsh language, at least in the public sphere. Our learned doctors, Catherine, Simon and Crochur, as well as Elen, of course, may want to speculate about whether the same success has been achieved at a community level in terms of development and vitality, but at least in the public sector, the public sphere, there's been a real transformation in the revitalisation of Welsh. So let's move on if I can. What am I pointing it to? Yeah. So this is a schemata for embedding threatened languages within a political system. There are 5 stages that one might suggest. Idealism. 100 years ago, intellectuals, ministers of religion, poets in Wales had a vision of where they thought the Welsh language should be in the medium-term future, mainly in public administration and education. Then in the 60s, along with many other European and American societies, there was a countercultural movement, a protest movement, mainly led in Wales by one significant organisation, Cymdeithas yr Iaith Gymraeg, which is represented here, the Welsh Language Society, which mobilised a portion of the Welsh populace, particularly young people, to activate and mobilise in favour of the promotion of Welsh and to draw attention to the grievances historically which the Welsh language had suffered. Then in the period roughly 1970s, 1980s, there was a period of legitimacy where the Welsh language was made mainly available in public administration and in bilingual education in particular. And one of the key things that they wanted to try and do was to establish the public good of Welsh, not as a private or a minority interest, but as a public good, to integrate it into the education system, into the local administration, etc., to what we've heard yesterday, to normalise Welsh in the public life of the nation. And then in the period roughly 1970s to about the beginning of this century, there's a period of institutionalising the Welsh language through legal, educational and public administrative reforms which took on the initial initiatives and embedded them more deeply in society and across very many domains. Now, because we have devolution, we have an assembly, a senedd, a parliament in Wales, we have the beginnings of what might be called parallelism, where the government aim is to establish a bilingual society in a multicultural country. And so parallelism, extending the language into other domains which the government doesn't necessarily control, but can influence, things like sport, entertainment, the media, and most crucially, the private sector. 80% of our life is determined by the economy, not by government, not by public admin, not by school, but the real world economy. That's the hardest challenge for most minority language activists, to penetrate the economy and to overturn some historical indifference to the presence of other languages other than French or Spanish or English in the globalized world economy. Another way of looking at the system, instead of a longitudinal evolution, is to look at themes. And here we have three typical themes of most minority language situations. It starts off with a great energy about promotion over many generations, where you try to justify the language promotion in a range of contexts. Then there was a legislative turn in Europe, roughly the late 70s, early 80s, where individual rights and communal language rights were put on the public agenda. And as we heard from Fernand earlier, language rights were deemed to be part of a human rights agenda. Most lawyers didn't accept it at the time, but language rights were considered to be a subcategory of a broader human rights equality agenda. And then, as a result of political power and some degree of autonomous measures being taken by the Welsh Assembly, the Welsh Senedd today, you had the beginnings of regulation, where initially language schemes in Wales were regulated by the Welsh Language Board, the arm's-length government body for language promotion. And then today that's been superseded by language standards, whereby the Welsh Language Commissioner, which we represented in the panel later on, now has diffused a whole series of language standards throughout much of the public life of Wales, whereby responsibilities and duties are being proctored by a regulatory authority. And one of the great advantages of having a language commissioner in Canada, in Ireland, in Wales, is not only that you have a legislative foundation for your minority language presence, but if they're wise, the language commissions are also tutors, they're educators. They don't police the system, they encourage the system to develop its own internal practices, having been given a framework of language standards. That is critical because it gives legal authority to departmental managers and heads of universities and heads of clinics to institutionalize what might be called the skills training of their employees. And one company represented here, Cwmni Iaith, by Catherine Jones, has done a great deal of this tutoring, this educational value, where the quality of the employee's language is improved through online training, in face-to-face training, so that they are able to deliver the promised services that the language schemes and the language standards represent. One thing is to pass the standards. It's quite another thing, of course, to have the capacity to deliver those standards at the point of public face-to-face request. By today, 3 conundrums require action in Wales, and I suspect the same is true of Catalonia, Euskadi, Swedish speakers in Finland. First of all, how to manage relative success, this growth that we've seen since the 50s, and the popular expectation of future success. How to navigate the language into the mainstream of British public life, and how importantly to factor in outcomes, not just outputs, in our public discourse. New ways of looking at old issues. Most of what we face is old hat. We know exactly where we've been, we know what the problems are. We don't need new solutions in most domains. We might do in AI, IT, and other elements, but for the most part in education, public admin, the law, the solutions are well understood. The key question is how to create conditions which allow indigenous languages to be sustained and to grow in a rapidly changing context. And for speakers and their employers, the big challenge is to translate the skills and competence they may have learned in school or in adult education or in the workplace into routine usage so that the language is reinforced as a medium of genuine transaction and meaningful relations, not just a patina of active service offers, but real, deep-seated public confidence in the ability of a nurse or a hospital administrator or a university lecturer or a school teacher to actually deliver what on promised terms the law allows. And increasing numbers, whether it be 1 million Welsh speakers or any guesswork for Gaelic or Irish, is laudable, but without a concomitant social and economic push, it will be a thin patina of success. Why? We need to understand that for minorities to survive, to foster, and to enrich all in society, we need to navigate into the mainstream of socioeconomic life in our states. In Wales, we've had specific measures which transform a minority interest into a public general good. Why is that important? Well, when it's just a minority issue, it can be usefully sidelined. If it becomes absorbed as a public good, funded by taxpayers, electorates, parliaments, regional governments, local administration, the angst, the tension, the antagonism that people faced in the 60s and 70s is partially removed because it becomes a public duty. It becomes a good, something to be treasured and used in the public realm. In our case, we've had 3 levels of legislation to encourage this realization of Welsh as a public good. For a long time, the Welsh language was proctored and delivered by committees of Parliament and legislative enactments of the UK Parliament at Westminster and implemented at Whitehall and at Cardiff. So we've had a series of acts, you'll see them on the screen. The most important one was the Government of Wales Act in 2006, which changed the Welsh Assembly into a legislative assembly. And one of the first things that the Legislative Assembly did was to pass a Welsh Language Wales measure in 2011, which not only promoted Welsh, but protected it, particularly in the public sector. And lest you be transfixed by language answers to linguistic issues, the most important act, I would argue, that the Welsh Parliament has passed is the Future Generations Wellbeing Act of 2015, which is concerned with quality of life. And embedded in that act is a trans-departmental promise that every department of government will take account of the impact of its policies on Welsh language speakers and on Welsh language communities. That transversal commitment by government to the well-being of the Welsh language is very important because it extends the language away from the traditional domains of education, regional development and planning into all spheres of government activity. And then most significantly now with the new Parliament, the Senedd, we have a Welsh education measure which seeks to gradually evolve the Welsh nation into a comprehensive bilingual society, mainly through the instrument of statutory education. Some time ago, 2014 to be exact, the First Minister of Wales promised the government's commitment to establish 1 million speakers by the year 2050. Some people may have thought of the idea originally, but as all wise politicians, they pinch ideas and pretend it's their own. So the Government of Wales, the Labour Party in particular, has pronounced its firm commitment to develop the conditions whereby 1 million Welsh speakers may be produced by the education system by 2050. What this has done is galvanized previously disparate and fragmented initiatives into a cohesive national agenda, a discourse which is confident, purposive, and offers a new vision, much like the vision we had 100 years ago, but now with real power and direction behind it. This has consequences mainly for disengaged departments of government who can no longer ignore the Welsh language as being part of their brief. It also has consequences for the socialisation of the social and public discourse of Welsh in the media, in general meetings, in political policy meetings, in committee meetings of the Parliament. The Welsh Language Measure of 2015 introduced a comprehensive set of language standards. These feed into the creation of these opportunities whereby these million speakers can be created and sustained. The question is, how will the strategy be evaluated? I draw your attention to the latest census in Wales. We have a decennial census system in Britain, and in Wales, every 10 years, a proxy measure of the number of Welsh speakers is gained. The 2021 census, which was announced in December 2012, argued that far from increasing, as the government had anticipated, there had been an actual decrease of 1.2% in the previous census, from about 19% to 17.8% of the population, or an acute loss of about 24,000 Welsh speakers. Now, that doesn't sound hugely significant to you in a global world. The important thing is the trajectory. What does it say about the conditions which support the vitality of Welsh-speaking communities, the transmission of Welsh in schools, and the actual usage of Welsh by the populace? The largest decrease was in school leavers and in the group age 3, 5 to 15. And you can see on the screen what the figures represent. In a reactionary mode, both the government and people like us on the media wanted to give an explanation why instead of an anticipated progression, there was an actual blip, a decline, and in some counties of Wales, a continuous decline over 20 years. The argument offered at the time was that because of COVID, under which the 2021 census was held, many parents who answered on behalf of their children felt that their children had not had sufficient education to develop their Welsh language skills, particularly those aged 5 to 8 to 10. The truth, of course, is most schools in Britain were closed for between 18 and 21 months. So it was homeschooling, online schooling for older age groups. And so there was a concern that perhaps the initial starting point for the Welsh language development of children who come largely from non-Welsh speaking homes to both Welsh medium schools, particularly in the south and the east, and to what are called English schools, where Welsh is taught as one subject for a number of hours a week, the parents didn't feel sufficiently confident to reply that their children were actually able to use Welsh or able to speak Welsh. By contrast, the annual population survey of Wales, which is a telephone 10% survey, estimated that actually roughly 30% of the population of Wales could speak Welsh. And their figure equated to almost 1 million, 906,000. So a huge discrepancy between the census and the 10% survey. And currently the government is holding an inquiry as to why you have this discrepancy. They're both official figures, they're both ONS, National Statistical Figures, they're both reputable. But you choose which one you want to believe as being an accurate representation diagnosing the condition of the Welsh language in its various communities. This map shows you a generalized change of percentage points between 2011 and 2021. The black spot, a spot in the, is Carmarthen, which is a traditional heartland, vibrant, strong community of speakers in the southwest of Wales. It had a 20-year decline, particularly in the younger age groups. So something's going wrong in language transmission, in the school system. Perhaps people are taken for granted that because it is a traditional heartland community, they don't need to do additional work to promote Welsh. The only area of stability or growth is Cardiff, the blue sector, and its hinterland, partly because of indigenous growth in Welsh medium schools, primary and high schools, the commitment by the City Council to the Welsh language, and partly because large numbers of younger people move for all sorts of reasons to the metropolitan region of Cardiff to pursue their careers. The other issue I wanted to mention was outcomes, not just outputs, and for Sardinian policymakers in the future, this is a critical point. Governments set targets, they pass budgets, and they deem their actions to be successful by how much money is spent on a project. End of story as far as civil servants are concerned, except for occasional evaluative studies, usually done by the private sector or by a university or commercial body. But the UK government for about 20 years has identified behaviour modification, nudge theory, conviction as important ingredients of its policy development, and outcomes, behavioural change, the effect of policy on people's real lives, has come to challenge outputs as a desired maxim. And so the question I pose to you this morning is language policy and language strategy significantly different in its social psychological aspects from other types of policy? Because it affects largely a portion of the citizenship, not the whole of society. So what sort of successful interventionist campaigns have been proven and can be used as models for behavioural change? Well, we have it in healthcare, smoking policies, dangerous driving, drink driving, or current examples in reduction of sugar content in foodstuffs, soft drinks, the removal of plastic packaging so as to ameliorate the worst effects of maritime pollution. So government intervention can change our individual behaviour through sanctions and through rewards. In the 2023 current position, there are 6 key areas which the government seeks to advance, and you'll see them. I recommend these as good practice for most of the struggling minorities which don't have the fortunate position of having a government and a parliament in support of their language. And they're obvious domains for you to focus on. Education, particularly in Sardinia, at a low threshold, is the key to growth of any bilingualism or multilingualism. So the questions we would ask ourselves at home: will the education system invest in the required numbers of Welsh medium teachers? At the moment, it doesn't look promising. The numbers going into teacher training Welsh, the numbers doing end of school certification of examination in Welsh is lower than it's been for about 30 years. So in theory, the capacity to produce these teachers, who in turn will produce the new speakers of Welsh, is limited at the moment, unless there's an extra set of energies to attract young people into the teaching system throughout the system in Wales. There's a need to expand Welsh medium nursery provision in historically anglicised areas. And if Sardinia were to take any comfort from this experience, I would urge you to establish nursery school education as your basic point, so that each element of your systemic educational journey, you can build on the foundations laid at the age between 3 and 5 in the kindergarten system. There's a need to open new bilingual or Welsh medium schools, which is in hand and in part progressing well. There's a need to embed more effective Welsh language teaching in hitherto English schools. 80% of most schools in Wales have been historically English medium schools. What you now have is the beginnings of an experiment where you embed a Welsh medium stream within an established English school. And more interestingly, in Cardiff, 2 new schools, primary schools, where you have 3 streams concurrently on the same site. A Welsh medium stream, a bilingual stream, and an English medium stream whose expectation is, having experienced the advantages of bilingualism, the parents will encourage the children to move from the English stream to the bilingual stream, and in time, perhaps, if they're competent enough, to the Welsh medium stream. And this is an important element because it normalizes the Welsh language, and it doesn't separate the Welsh medium schools from the English medium schools because they have the same campus, the same canteen, the same caretaker, the same swimming pool, if they're lucky. So in many ways, education is the key. And coming to the end, the conundrum is why, after all this policy reform, particularly in the last 15 years, we still need fresh initiatives. We need to keep going to maintain the momentum and energy and drive and political direction that we've already witnessed. Usage in Catalonia, the Basque Country and Wales, presumes a skill set and capacity building so that spaces and opportunities can be used for that minority language to generate confidence, lingua propria, default language usage in particular spaces, not just functions. And increasingly in this regulated society, it also requires political conviction and legitimization at all levels of the political hierarchy. But most importantly for us today, it involves smart thinking as to how to adopt new ideas of social psychological engineering to intervene effectively in medium-term and long-term progression. Things like behavior modification, mind space, nudge theory, and conviction. So to conclude, what do we at home, what do I at home think needs to be on the agenda for the medium term? Well, there's a need for civil servants, not just in the language issue, but right across the board in the Welsh civil service, to calibrate the ideas and personalities of each successive minister as it affects the Welsh language. Civil servants are the key. They are permanent. They are advisors. They are experienced. With all due respect, politicians come and go. And they move up to more important issues, perhaps, than culture or sport or tourism, to education or the economy or regional planning or, if it's possible, foreign affairs. There's a need for decision makers at all levels to understand the demands of behavioral change and to anticipate the reaction to their policies, not just to pass the policies and sit back and hope for the best, but to anticipate through studious, evidence-based investigations what the likely effects are, and more importantly, what the likely barriers to the full implementation of policies are. And over my lifetime, having done this work for 50 years or so, the biggest barrier is usually departmental heads of civil service departments who are charged to change their policy, but who think it's a soft option and don't want to waste their time unless it's the Prime Minister or the First Minister who directs them. So managerial cultural change is key to implementation. Then there's also, despite this transformation I've talked about, the invisibility sometimes, but not always, and deep structure of mild, temperate hostility and frustration towards the existence of the Welsh language by some in society, and that's not assuaged by official government policies. The presumption is, if you're British, you speak English. Why waste taxpayers' money on Manx, Gaelic, Irish in Northern Ireland, Cornish, Welsh? English is good enough for Jesus Christ, it's good enough for me. Quote. And that's not a Brexit, that's 1950s Conservative Party politician. Then a final situation is that despite this 2050 strategic vision and commitment by government, many agencies involved in the delivery of this strategy are compromised by being part of a grant-dependent culture. administered, financed and regulated by government or government agencies. In other words, our future relies on taxpayers' money, not just on emotion or morality or conviction, but on public funding. That needs to be calibrated into the way in which we understand the discourse of party political discussions so that we don't deny our own actions, but we take account of their likely effect so that we love people into the kingdom rather than antagonize them into thinking that we are partial and that they are universal. In other words, we are the exception and they are the norm. We want to be the norm in a bilingual multicultural Wales, not the exception. And then to encourage you to be visionaries, this is drawn from Nesta, a government department, historically now a private agency. It investigates where you need to strike your data collection in order to develop policy. So on the left-hand side, you have an intelligence space where all sorts of people can be involved in understanding the reality you want to change. Not just language planners and policymakers, but all sorts of skills are out there and are available to help us design our research agendas and implement behavioral change. Then we need to go on empowering people, communities, activists, policymakers, television, artificial intelligence, international global companies, and that involves talent space, identifying who can be of most use to you in your agenda setting. Not just friends and neighbours and sympathisers, but those who may be far distanced from an experience of language policy, but nevertheless have the skills that you need to harness artificial intelligence in your next vision. And then you need to use that artificial intelligence wisely. Unlike hegemonic languages like French and English and Spanish, where commercial impulses deliver the technological solutions, minority language activists need to be very careful how they use their energy and their limited amount of money in the field of technology, not to compete with English, but to navigate alongside and to piggyback, to benefit from co-production, co-creation with a majority language. And it's possible. It's done in the television media, in TV3, in S4C. It can be done with artificial intelligence in the future. And only then, I would argue, do we need to present to those in authority our evidence-based, rational program of activities to intervene wisely in the language space that doesn't in any way undermine the use of students or protesters or agitators who have always been emotionally charged to defend their language. That is an honourable and very critical political action. But beyond that, you need hard-headed science, basically, to convince rational, hard-headed politicians of why they should deviate from their common sense view of the world to take account of our interests as Welsh language speakers. And if we can convince our political masters and our majoritarian taxpayers, electorate, and most importantly, the parents of the children who will come to Welsh medium schools over the next 30 years, that the Welsh language is not only relevant, but perhaps essential for national identity in a bilingual, multicultural Wales, we will have done our task as required by the visionaries of 1920s Wales 2 generations ago. Diolch yn fawr, grazie a tutti.
Diolch yn fawr iawn, Colin. Thanks very much. Thank you very much for that very inspiring and broad contribution and our plenary speech this morning. Right, over to you, David, because you're moderating the next session.
Yeah, and we're a bit behind time, so we're going to kind of try and crack on and try and catch on. So I've got to cut some time off all the panels, so we can. But the next panel is going to be about Sardinian language recovery, like the view from the outside. And for that, we have experts from Wales, Catalonia, and this panel is going to be about successful language recovery in these countries, how they may help Sardinian, then we'll hear about what the Sardinians think about this, and different aspects, like should we develop Sardinian medium education? How much is the lack of implementation of Law 482 preventing recovery? These are all the issues affecting the language. So to the panel, like we already have Professor Williams here, I'd like to call Professor Francesc Xavier Vila Moreno, Secretary for Language at the Catalan Government, Miss Laurie Williams, who's the Strategic Director at the Welsh Language Commissioner's Office, to come and sit here, and then very much welcome Miss Elisabetta Chiru, who's the Directrice of the Sardinian Language Service at the Autonomous Region. So if you could come and sit up here, please, and gather around. I'll need that space. Yeah. Elisabetta? So what we're going to do is go around each different guest, and this will be the same with the other panels. They'll introduce themselves and broadly, the issues as they see it, and then we'll try to draw some conclusions. And then, there's not really time, but it would be good maybe to have a comment from the floor, if anybody had some comments. Like we've only got a certain amount of microphones here, so Elisabetta, do you want to come and sit here? Because we need to use this microphone. These microphones don't work. Yeah, we're just using, I think they're just for showing. Does it go over there? Yeah. Yeah, okay. Try that then. Okay, so I'd like to then just go around the panel and each person just briefly introduce yourself. So starting with you, Xavi. I think you have to use this big one here. That's it.
Bon dia, hello. Dono gracias a los organizadores e instituciones for this invitation. I'm Francesc Xavier Vila. I'm actually a professor at the University of Barcelona in language policy and social linguistics. I am currently the Secretary for Language Policy of the Government of Catalonia.
Thank you. My name is Laurie Williams, and I'm a Strategic Director with the Welsh Language Commissioner. Colin here has given some background to the Welsh Language Commissioner, which was set up as a result of the Welsh Language Measure of 2011. So I hopefully I'll elaborate a bit about the work of the Commissioner and some other matters relating to the Welsh language during the talk. That I think Colin has given a marvellous background to the situation in Wales, which I hope I can perhaps discuss some quite practical ideas that we can share. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here, and saluti a todos.
I'm still Colin Williams. I'm sorry. Available, so you've got me instead.
Okay, good. Elisabetta?
I'm Elisabetta Schirru. I'm the director of the Office of Language in Regione Sardegna, and I will speak about our politics for Sardinian. I'm very sorry, my English it's no good, so I will speak in Italian because I don't know, unfortunately, Sardinian language. So.
Okay, right. Well, thank you very much. And I'd like to start then with you, Xavi. Professor Moreno Vila. Catalan's like one of the strongest languages. I mean, even, it's not really a minority language. It has like about 10 million speakers. And compared to the other languages, is relatively in a good situation. What do you think, in the context of here we are in Sardinia, and not really to directly compare them, but what do you think has been one of the most successful things over the years, since the gaining of democracy and Catalan autonomy? What's been the thing, do you think, that's been effective for Catalan language recovery?
Well, Let me start by saying that when we speak about a language as a social fact, that goes back more than 1 century ago, we are talking about a combination of factors. One of them, language is a system of signs. This system of signs can be learned or acquired, or not learned or not acquired. This system of signs that can be learned is learned or not learned in an environment of mentalities, attitudes, ideologies that, for instance, make us believe that a given system of signs is a language or a dialect or nothing at all. And finally, this combination of a system of signs that is learned, more or less, and is surrounded by ideas, is used, is applied in practical life. So when we think about languages, we should avoid a very linguocentric perspective. We need to have this combination of this, at least these 4 dimensions. Then, what have been the successes in the case of Catalan? One of the successes has been to convince the population, or a large part of the population, that we have a system of signs, a language, which is worth being preserved and which is worth being transmitted from one generation to another one. And we have therefore set up a system of transmission of the language, first for native speakers and then for second language learners. And we have created a system of ideas, mentalities that see it positively that not only native speakers, but also adoptive speakers and learners can use the language in public, and private and public areas. In a nutshell, this is the idea. You have to legitimize that this particular set of signs is worth being used, and it is worth being used because it is worth for individuals and for the community. So, to synthesize, you have to make your system of signs relevant in symbolic terms, but also in instrumental terms. If you combine both of them, you have some chances of succeeding in a revitalization process.
Gracias. Laurie, you're a Welsh speaker from Gwynedd. What do you think over the years Wales is having some success, in recovery, compared to the situation in the 1960s and 1970s? What do you think is, been successful, just in your own personal terms?
It's an interesting question, seeing that I'm from Gwynedd, which is an area which has traditionally been a strong Welsh-speaking area. I'd say at a national level, Welsh medium education has certainly been a success, certainly in areas of the country where the Welsh language has not traditionally at least been lost for a couple of generations now. So it's been really important in revitalising the language in those areas. Unfortunately, in the area where I live, which, as I said, is predominantly Welsh-speaking, I think there are issues which have affected the language over, tens of years by now, which are to do with the economic situation of the area, and the same is true for many areas in the west of Wales, which suffer economically, and that has affected is increasingly affecting the situation of the language because of the lack of economic opportunities for speakers, and how that affects their life decisions, if you like. The education policy in those areas tends to be quite strong, but needs to, but increasingly has to reflect the fact that those economic and social changes are happening in those areas. So I'm not sure if I've completely answered your question, but I think there are, as Colin referred to previously, it's the fact that the need for for the Welsh language to permeate into all policy areas of the government, and to consider how those policy areas affect the Welsh language, not only in areas which are, have the Welsh language as significant parts of them, such as in education, as I said. So I'll finish there, I think, for a minute.
Colin, I mean, you're a distinguished academic, known around the world, there at the birth of language planning and policy. You have experience not just with Welsh, but in Canada, you know about different European languages. I mean, with Welsh or any other language, what do you think is one of the main drivers for success when you undertake language recovery?
Well, if we think particularly of Sardinia's situation, it was heartening to hear the representative of the rector of the University of Cagliari claiming that teachers' training is now an embedded part of the humanities curriculum. Without that skill training, there's no hope, frankly, of turning Sard from a community language, a village language, a rural language, into part of the national curriculum of the island. So that is most encouraging, if that can be sustained and if investment can be continued to encourage those potential teachers to use at least part of their daily life in schools teaching through the medium of their, in many cases, perhaps it's not their mother tongue, it may be their new speakers of the language through the university system. So to me, the crux of the language revival system in any jurisdiction is parental and community transmission for native speakers, we'll call them mother tongue speakers, and the education system. If you can influence parts of the education system, even if it's slow, even if it's a gradual evolution, even if it doesn't satisfy language activists, if you can start with small shoots and roots firmly established in some parts of your territory, then that will inevitably grow. Because parents will demand that their children go from primary school using their language to elements within high school using their language, and who knows, in perhaps 2 generations' time, into technical and university level education. So for me, education is the key policy domain that governments can influence because they resource it and they fund potential teacher training skills. And that would be true across all West European democracies, whichever jurisdiction you're concerned with.
So that's very, interesting. So, there's the education-led model. This would be a recommendation. So I'd like to just hear from Elisabetta, who would speak in Italian, but just to describe at the moment what the situation is for Sardinian, because obviously we're in the capital. It seems to be more like Italian-speaking, and there's more Sardinian spoken when you go outside of the capital. But there's still strong language communities and intergenerational transmission, but there's not any formal Sardinian medium immersion education yet. Do you think that would be something that would be one of your priorities, or what do you think? Knowing the situation for Sardinian as it is now, what things would you like to be focusing on, or what's your priority for development? And if we would rather speak in Italian, so we'll put on our headsets, yeah? Okay, yeah. You're going to do that? Or do you want to say in English?
No, my English is not very good, so sorry, but for you too, it's better if I speak in Italian, and there are very good translators. Inizio con una considerazione prima di rispondere alla domanda di David. Il sardo è la lingua dei sardi. Grande banalità, mi direte. Questa probabilmente è sembrata una grande banalità anche al legislatore costituzionale nel 1948, quando è stato scritto lo Statuto sardo, perché il sardo, la lingua sarda, non è presente nella nostra Carta Costituzionale regionale. Il sardo all'epoca era parlato da tutti. 75 anni fa il sardo era l'italiano, la lingua straniera. I sardi si approcciavano all'italiano a scuola, ma in famiglia si parlava unicamente il sardo. Quindi probabilmente non si è sentita la necessità di specificare nel testo costituzionale sardo che il sardo era la nostra lingua. D'altronde nel testo costituzionale italiano non c'era mica scritto che l'italiano era la lingua degli italiani. Abbiamo dovuto aspettare il 1999 per esserne informati. Altre regioni, come il Friuli, sono state più intelligenti. Hanno messo nel proprio statuto che il friulano, che è una lingua meno parlata rispetto al sardo, ha la stessa dignità delle altre lingue straniere, che sono il tedesco e lo sloveno, perché in Italia, nelle regioni trasfrontaliere, le lingue straniere sono molto tutelate per ragioni geopolitiche chiare a tutti, invece le lingue autoctone in qualche modo hanno più problemi, hanno più difficoltà a essere riconosciute. Quindi questo è un vulnus importante, a mio parere, per il sardo, perché poi dalle leggi di rango costituzionale discendono tutele rafforzate anche in altre politiche che non sono solo quelle linguistiche. Il sardo adesso da quante persone viene parlato? Siamo 1.600.000 in Sardegna. L'ultima ricerca sociolinguistica che ha indagato su quanto il sardo è parlato è del 2007. Adesso la stiamo aggiornando con l'Università di Cagliari con metodi scientifici replicabili nel tempo, in modo da poter avere dei dati che poi possano essere confrontati negli anni. All'epoca circa un 70% di persone in Sardegna parlavano il sardo, c'era una competenza passiva abbastanza buona, anche se poi in Sardegna abbiamo l'enclave di Alghero col catalano, abbiamo tante varietà di sardo, abbiamo delle varietà alloglotte, dei dialetti dell'italiano che si intersecano anche col sardo, che sono parlati in zone più o meno grandi della Sardegna. Tutto questo è da tutelare. Sardo e catalano di Alghero sono tutelati anche a livello nazionale, le varietà alloglotte come il sassarese, il gallurese e il tabarchino sono tutelate unicamente a livello regionale. Arrivo a risponderti, David. Cosa stiamo facendo? Cosa stiamo facendo noi? Quali sono le nostre priorità? Sicuramente, come diceva il professor Williams, la scuola. Ovviamente la scuola. Il sardo a scuola è stato insegnato per anni, però è stato insegnato da esperti esterni che entravano nelle classi e si affiancavano al docente delle materie che si insegnavano a scuola. Da circa 3 anni invece abbiamo una nuova normativa, abbiamo fatto un accordo col nostro ufficio ufficio ministeriale che si occupa di scuole, e abbiamo la possibilità di insegnare il sardo o insegnare altre materie in sardo col metodo CLIL, e questo insegnamento avviene per il tramite di insegnanti, di docenti, non di esperti più o meno qualificati, ma di docenti veri e propri. Quindi l'insegnamento del sardo e in sardo è stato incardinato strutturalmente nelle scuole della Sardegna. Scuole della Sardegna che ne fanno richiesta, perché in Italia le autonomie scolastiche, le singole scuole hanno un'autonomia decisionale per cui non può essere loro imposto di insegnare il sardo, ma noi possiamo dare lo strumento, ti diamo dei soldi, ti diamo dei docenti che cerchiamo di qualificare e di formare, però sono le scuole che decidono nella loro completa autonomia se insegnarlo o non insegnarlo. I docenti vanno formati, c'è il problema di avere dei libri di testo che siano libri di testo dignitosi, esattamente come sono assolutamente dignitosi i libri delle altre materie. Questo, David, è un lavoro, devo dirti, ancora tutto da fare, ed è un lavoro veramente immenso. Ci sono delle esperienze in Sardegna a livello locale estremamente interessanti, estremamente avanzate, ma sono a livello locale. Noi come Regione Sardegna dobbiamo riuscire invece a creare un qualcosa che sia strutturale e che sia a disposizione di tutte le scuole. Ci sono poi altre politiche importantissime, l'intervento nei media è fondamentale, qui ci riprende la radiotelevisione sarda, che è una televisione che ormai è attiva da 5 anni, che trasmette unicamente in sardo. Il principale editore della Sardegna da circa 2 anni porta avanti un canale dedicato interamente alla lingua e alla cultura della Sardegna, e finalmente anche la RAI, la RAI è la nostra televisione pubblica, sta iniziando a investire nelle trasmissioni in sardo. Altra politica, e poi taccio, altra politica molto importante è la presenza nelle istituzioni locali, nei comuni, in cui diamo servizi alla popolazione. Questo è uno strumento nazionale, la legge 482, che devo dire è tarata più per le piccole realtà dove le minoranze linguistiche stanno in piccole valli, stanno in zone montane. Non è esattamente uno strumento tarato per la Regione Sardegna, dove il sardo si parla tendenzialmente dappertutto. Però con la nostra autonomia amministrativa stiamo comunque riuscendo ad adattare questo strumento, che non è esattamente ideale, a quello che ci interessa fare, cioè arrivare alla popolazione soprattutto con progetti culturali, soprattutto con tutoraggio nelle scuole, affiancandosi ai docenti, interazioni anche con i negozi, banalmente, col tessuto produttivo, sociale e culturale locale.
Okay, mille grazie. Grazie mille. Let's go back to you, Xavi, listening to that and then comparing it with Catalan. What do you think would be something that they could focus on in Sardinia, in consideration of what Elisabetta was just saying? She's talking about schools, but not necessarily medium education, about teachers going in. Should that be something they should go to? And then if they needed that, don't they need the legal base for that to happen? Or is it just going to happen without having like an education act, like you have in Catalonia?
Okay, let me start by saying that when Colin mentioned that education is the crucial domain, I would make a nuance there on the basis of the Catalan experience. I can project our experience to other domains. And I would say that education is a crucial domain, but education cannot be, but by any respects, the only domain where we act. And let me explain to you a little bit what has happened in Catalonia. In Catalonia, we started by saying, we'll make a big investment in making Catalan the by default language of work at the local and national Catalan administration. That we succeeded at that. We created some public television, and we said, education will have Catalan as the basic medium of education for everybody. Okay, so we started working on that direction. And in theory, we achieved that goal, at least for primary education. So in theory, education was working by means of Catalan. Okay, what happened was that whereas we claimed to have conquered the domain of education, in fact, what was going on is that we were neglecting other areas, especially one of them, which we call interpersonal language relations, and another one, public discourses. By interpersonal language relations, what I mean is that since all Catalan speakers are bilingual and learn that they are in a sort of an obligation to converge towards Castilian speakers, to Spanish speakers, on the streets, that the very same system of etiquette was being imported inside the schools. So you could say that the teachers were talking Catalan, but within schools, children were reproducing language, patterns of language choice that were learned on the streets, on the television, etc. So at a given point, when schools diminished, because the education is diminishing its power in the socialization of children, the more schools diminish their power in socialization, the more street language patterns came to the floor within schools. So right now, we have a system which is an educational system which is very progressive, which wants to make knowledge to come to the fore from interaction between children. So what do we have? That children, instead of talking Catalan all the time at schools, are basically, many of them are speaking Castilian within the school, within the educational system. So first, we thought of education in a very traditional frame where teachers had the word, and that is no longer the situation, okay? And second, we did not work enough the public discourses to promote changes in patterns of language choice, which means that we did not find the right way to encourage non-Catalan language speakers to converge to Catalan outside schools and within schools. So, what I'm saying is, however you look at education, you have to make sure that, that your educational system achieves the goals that you want it to achieve. If you, at your particular situation, you can only make your schools to distribute knowledge of the language, some knowledge of the language, that will make things easier for native speakers to speak the language in front of others, but that will not change the patterns of language choice. And that will mean that native speakers will only speak the language with, among each other. If you can create a system that transforms patterns of language choice, and that's an informal patterns of language choice, and that's a very important issue, you have to legitimize that publicly. Because in a democratic society, people tend not to want that administration modifies private behaviors. So, I don't know if I'm answering right.
It's just like thoughts, like for Elisabetta, Sardinian speakers, to consider, because we're recording it as well, and we'll probably make a program from it. But Laurie, and with the Welsh Commissioner's, Language Commissioner's Office that focuses on language rights, and you're working on that and the upholding of language rights, how much do you think that's important in terms of promoting language use? Could you, what is the impact of that? Is it something, another kind of channel that the Sardinians could be looking at?
And we've got the same situation.
Do you want to get the microphone?
Sorry. I'll go back to what was previously said about the importance of the education system, but it's still the problem of how you convince young people then to use the language, when they leave the school or even on the playground, unfortunately. So to go back to your question, I think, and then in a way to go back to the second part of what Elisabetta said, was the, town hall usage and so on. So this, I think, to go, a very important part of the Commissioner's work is that we monitor compliance with Welsh language standards. And these are the standards that public sector organisations are expected to provide in terms of services to the public. And there are certain standards which are very important and that we are concentrating more and more on them. And these are ones which are just to do with the workplace and workplace usage, which then, if we go back to school, this is a vehicle for people who are leaving school then to go into the workforce to use the language. So, so in a way, that this is, I'm quite interested in the work that you were saying around, which is around the town halls and the services that they provide, but also what the town halls and those public sector spheres can provide as areas where people use the language in a more official way in providing services, but also when they work together. So we've got, at the moment, we're working with 4 local authorities and national bodies in Wales to try to look at different ways where they can increase the use of the Welsh language as in the workplace, be that in written documentation, in looking at as Colin referred to previously, sort of nudge theories, how that can be used to sort of to change the language of the workplace and to increase the how the language is used in the workplace. So that's one area of the work that we do as Welsh Language Commissioner. It's not only how local authorities and national bodies provide service to the public, but also how they internally can increase their use of the language. And in both, you know, either outward-facing and inward-facing, this gives a vehicle for those children who are learning or using Sardinian in school, then to see that they can use the language when they leave school, and thus give more status to the language and even more reason for them to use the language.
Right, no, we're sort of severely running out of time, I notice, so have to kind of crack on a bit more quickly. Colin, I always found with where we are seeing success is where there's the government has autonomy or the power over language policy. When you see like Catalonia, the Basque Country, Wales, Scotland, they all have this autonomy to control language policy, whereas somewhere like Brittany and you know, the Occitans, you know, they don't have this. Do you see that as an essential ingredient? Do you have to have that power? Because it's something that also Sardinia is calling for, to have the competence over language policy so it can drive things forward. How much, you know, is this a vital ingredient? You know, when we're looking at effective language recovery, we have to have that autonomy?
Clearly the answer is yes. The difficulty for minority languages is that they're often associated with one ideology, namely nationalism. And for some people, particularly in Jacobin-inspired states, nationalism can be ambiguous. It depends whose nationalism you're supporting. And so I would like to make a plea for, in one sense, reconfigurating our language struggle away from one particular ideology and one particular party. No matter how successful those ideologies may have been in the past, language belongs to all. And the closer you identify it with one particular discourse, be it political, ideological, or class-based in some cases, the more it makes it an estranged attraction for those you want to bring into your community. But without some degree of political control, all the other things we're talking about just go by the wayside. When Wales was without its own parliament, the Welsh language would never figure in the UK Parliament except for statutory Welsh committees. And by and large, they didn't concern themselves with the Welsh language. They concerned themselves with Welsh economy, commercial, roads, sewage, the stuff of life. But in the devolved administration in Wales since the late 90s, not only has every First Minister been a competent Welsh speaker, but many Assembly members, parliamentary members, who may not have been Welsh speakers at birth or by family or by schooling, have realised the political significance of at least being relatively competent in Welsh in their delivery before the cameras or in public committees. So there's been a big change in the political acceptance of the Welsh language as a skill, not just an ideological statement of whose identity you are. And one other thing I'll say about political autonomy is, in Wales, a large number of public servants, lowly in the past, became public servants because they wanted to support their vision of national identity through bilingualism. Prior to this generation, they would have been English-speaking British public servants who in their career path might have gone from Swansea to London to Sunderland to Manchester. But many people under 50, under 40, under 30 now want to stay in Wales as a career path. It's their choice to contribute to the richness of their country. So political economy is very important, so long as it's not hijacked by one political ideology or political party.
So Elisabetta, so on hearing all of that, what do you think you could take away or take on board that would help Sardinian? And I think our other question, actually, on behalf of all the members, how could Elen help the Sardinian government? I said, in the conference the other day, it would be really good to have like a formal partnership with the Sardinian region as you engage in your language recovery. Listening to what these experts have said, I'd like to know what you think, and then we'll have to close and carry on to the next section. But what's your thoughts on what you've heard then today? In Italian.
In Italian. Beh, tutte le collaborazioni e tutti i confronti con realtà simili sono assolutamente fondamentali. Noi in questa settimana, tra il Babel Film Festival che abbiamo seguito, la conferenza della RAI in cui sono venuti i direttori delle sedi territoriali della RAI dove si parlano altre lingue minoritarie, questa assemblea Elen, abbiamo suggestioni e sicuramente anche vedere l'esperienza di altri e avere un punto di riferimento sicuramente a cui con cui confrontarsi in maniera stabile e strutturata per noi come amministrazione è importante. Ci stiamo anche come servizio, il mio servizio adesso sta anche dopo un periodo, devo dire, tra il Covid che ha anche bloccato, come dire, questo confronto di cui sto parlando, e il fatto che stessimo iniziando ad attuare una nuova legge che ridefinisce veramente l'intervento della Regione per quanto riguarda le lingue minoritarie, adesso stiamo iniziando a ripartire anche con i progetti comunitari, proprio in questo tipo di confronto. Quindi questo sicuramente per noi è molto importante, come condividere le esperienze altrui, come condividere le best practice, poi fondamentalmente, che è il punto di partenza non solo di progetti comuni, ma anche nell'ideazione di politiche che poi possono diventare politiche strutturali qui in Sardegna.
Grazie mille. We've got no more time, but that was just, personally for me, fantastic to have you actually coming together and talking amongst yourselves about how we can help with Sardinian. All right. Thank you very much. Yes. Right, now we have to rapidly get outside and do a picture of all of us. So everybody in the picture, including your dog, if you have it here. And we're going to do it try it out down there on the steps and kind of spread out.
course, as we were preparing the programme for the General Assembly, the news came, of course, that, as we know, during the summer, the Spanish government published a text to say that it would be there, that they had a proposal to present to the Council of the European Union to propose that Basque, Catalan and Galician become official languages of the European Union in addition to the 24 existing official languages. So we were very keen to have a panel to bring us up to date with what's happening, and as we know that there was an intention to present the proposal just a few weeks ago, but then that didn't happen at the time. Now that is... Okay, I named the languages, Basque, Catalan and Galician, but of course we're not talking about the territory of the autonomous community of Catalonia or the autonomous community of the Basque Country. We're also talking about other territories as well. Okay, so what we've got around this table today is, and what I was going to say as well was that when we thought that it was the intention to present that proposal earlier last month, Elen was very much at the forefront of the discussions as well with the NGOs and so on. So we've been doing quite a lot of work in the background there. So for our panel on the subject of EU official language status, we've several speakers representing organisations, member organisations of Elen, and also representing the different territories where these three languages are spoken. So I'll start to my left. And we'll go through the languages, Catalan first, then we'll go over to Basque, we'll finish with Galician, and then we will also ask Professor Vesna Grinic-Krotic of the Council of Europe, the expert committee, the COMEX on the European Charter for Regional Minority Languages, in her capacity as a legal expert and also in her capacity as somebody who's very familiar with the situation of the Croatian language, one of the 24 official languages, of course. So I'll start with you then, Marga. Just introduce yourself very quickly, and the floor is yours.
Bon dia a tothom. Thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Marga Payola, and I'm the international representative of Plataforma per la Llengua on the Catalan language. And just fast facts and figures on the Catalan language. We are 10 million speakers, so that means that we are the 13th most spoken language in the EU, and that means that there are 12 official languages that have fewer speakers. Why is official status important? First of all, for legal protection, directives and regulations only apply for official languages. And last year, in 2022, we detected that EU institutions approved 65 rules that discriminated Catalan and all of your languages as well. And therefore, that means that foreign languages are privileged in Catalan-speaking territories. The EU is every day in your life, and we don't realize it. I will put some examples. European law compels that labeling of medical devices and commodities be in one of the official languages. So if you go to the pharmacy and buy aspirins, you will only have the information in Italian here or in Spanish. The EU oblige toy safety information to be provided in an official language. So the same problem. The second thing I want to comment is that the rights of citizens and representatives, MEPs or Catalan government can address to the European institutions in Catalan, in the case that it becomes official. And MEPs would be able to not only to speak in the plenary in Catalan, but to work in Catalan at the European Parliament. And the third important thing I want to comment is the projection, the prestige, and the recognition of the language. If Catalan is official in the EU, it becomes more necessary in some professional areas, more useful, and more linked to prestige and social advancement. For example, that means that in the judicial system, that in Catalonia we only have the 7% of the rulings in Catalan, many lawyers and judges would have the original law text in Catalan. Now they are in Spanish. And also that will help that at universities of law to study in the original language, because now they study in the Spanish text. So I would leave it here.
Okay, thanks very much, Marga from Plataforma. I'm going to ask Elena from Omnium Cultural to add to that, or to give your perspective as Omnium to this situation.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, from the point of view of many of our civil society organizations in Catalonia, but also in Valencia and Balearic Islands, there are like three learnings that we can achieve from this situation. First of all is that the situation has to take you working, so asking for this. So now what we have faced is a political situation, a political negotiation between political parties, and Catalan political parties have asked two conditions to vote in favor of the socialists to have the government in Spain. So it's not so much about recognition of diversity of language and so on. It's not so much of a cultural question, but it's a political one. And what they have asked is the Catalan being official in the EU, but also the amnesty of around 1,500 people that were accused of public disorders or terrorism in events connected to the referendum of 2017. So it's a political negotiation. But the thing is that regarding the officiality of Catalan, it's not a demand that was new, but it has been a long-standing demand made with a lot of social pressure for many years. So the several campaigns that we have all done were needed, no? And now the opportunities have found us working. The second learning is that this is it's a political decision, but it's that there was not such a big fear in the EU, in the sense that member states have not voted against in the meeting where it took place. It was presented by Spain, and we also feel it was normal that they asked for more time to think about it, because they only had 3 weeks. And if I'm not mistaken, for the Irish, for example, it was like 7 months. No? So it's not. We are not in a situation that is strange. But they are open, and not only to Catalan, but to the 3 languages that Spain asked for, so Galician and Basque. And then, I think Marga already said, but in 2000 there were 11 languages official in the EU. Nowadays it's 24 languages official. So it's when one state asks for their language to be included, it's included. So on 7 occasions, this regulation has already been changed. One more, not a big problem. And then the third point is that this, from our point of view, this arrives 37 years later. So Spain has taken a long time to take this decision, and it's because of political situation, no? But it could have done this at the moment that Spain entered into the EU, that it was in 1986, so 37 years ago. Catalan, Basque, and Galician are official languages since the 78 Constitution, after 40 years of dictatorship of Franco. So they were the three official languages, together with Spanish. They could have asked already in the same moment that they entered to have these 4 languages official, because these are the languages spoken in the member state. But they didn't. They did it now, so let's take advantage for this. So it's a long path. We still don't have it. We will see. But we trust that the door has been opened. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And also in the case of Irish, I can't exactly remember the year in which the decision was taken, 2004, something like that, 2005, but it took about 17 years of transition for Irish to become a full operational official language. Okay, we'll go over now towards to the País Valencià, to Acció Cultural País Valencià, and to Núria. Where are you? Down there. Thank you.
Bon dia a totes I tots. I'm Núria, I'm representing Acció Cultural del País Valencià. And my colleague Caterina and I will talk about the situation of Valencia and Valencia and Illes Balears after the elections. So it's clear that we are living in a situation of regression. And since they entered the government, they've been censoring books and plays and authors. But we all know that that reflects the fear that they have. And they're also pushing to make Valencian-speaking areas become Spanish-speaking areas, like Alacant. But we have to say that that Alacant will always be a Valencian-speaking area. And also, they have tried to change even the mark accent in the name of Valencia. So we want a Valencia proud of being Valencian, and we want it with the accent mark. We also have experienced the desauthorization of the Valencian Academy of the Language, but we will defend our ideas with the same vehemence that they forbid us to be who we are, and we'll do it using the judicial, political, and social way. We also want to reclaim the social cohesion of the Valencian language against those who want to resurrect a false linguistic conflict that doesn't exist actually anymore. And to all of this, and to add something a little bit positive, could be that we have experience in the fight against all these kind of attacks to our language and culture and therefore identity. So we know how to do it, we know how to fight, we will keep doing that, and that's exactly what we've been doing since the last election. And that's basically it, so muchas gracias.
Kat, are you coming in next from Balears? Thanks. Brilliant. For us, it will be the micro.
See? Yeah. It would be very good that officially in Europe, Catalan officially, for us, it would be good, of course. But we have now a biggest problem, my colleague in Valencia and I, because as in other many places in Europe, in Spain, there is now a race of the right, of the far right. Last May, held elections for town halls and regional governments, and the right wing won. Won the elections in Balearic Islands, but they need the far right to have enough votes to govern. In Catalonia, in Valencia and Balearic Islands, the far right is against Catalan. And the same for Galicia and Euskadi. They have a true obsession with us and our languages. In Balearic Islands, in their first 100 days in the government, they have fulfilled a lot of the agreements against Catalan. For instance, they have in Balearic Islands, they have eliminated the need of knowledge of Catalan for healthcare public workers that we have, and now they want to do the same for all the public workers. Another example, they have created the Linguistic Freedom Bureau instead of the Language Rights Bureau we had till now. That use of the word freedom is very dangerous because in Europe it's a very powerful word. But in fact, freedom to them means you are free to use Spanish, whatever, but not Catalan. Therefore, their freedom means they can impose Spanish everywhere. And if you are against that, you are against freedom. That's perverse. Our organization, Obra Cultural Balear, we have started the protests and the appeals. And we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. And of course, when you were saying about removing the language requirement on public health workers and so on, and public servants or civil servants or public sector workers, that also includes teachers as well, doesn't it, in your context? Doesn't it? Yeah, thank you. Okay, good. We'll move over now to the context of Basque, thinking as well of Basque, also like Catalan, being present in more than one state. I mean, one of the arguments that's been used for Catalan to gain official status is yes, it's got 10 million speakers, but it's also an official language of a sovereign state, Andorra. And of course, this is not quite the case for Basque. And I think that some of us here might be interested in learning a little bit about what might be the implications for Basque speakers, not only in the autonomous community and in Navarre, but also over the border in France, in Iparralde as well. So, Manesh, I give the word to you.
First of all, thanks to Elen, our Sardinian friends, for giving us the chance to explain the Basque reality. For us, for the Basque language Kontseilua, for the Council, it was a great disappointment, the result of the last meeting. A disappointment, but not a surprise, and we are looking forward for the next meeting in October, and we are hopeful that this time the vote would be in favor of recognizing the rights of Basque speakers amongst with Catalan and Galician speakers. I want to highlight a fact from the Spanish state, for starting. According to the last survey of the National Institute of Statistics, INE, 1 in 3 citizens in the Spanish states are speakers of an official language different from Castilian. That's like 16 million people. And these speakers are also European citizens. So we want to ask if they don't have the right to speak their own language, to be official also as European citizens and in the EU. The only thing we are asking in this sense is to make a transition where they already have an officiality inside within the Spanish state and make this transition to the European level. Because as Euskalgintzaren Kontseilua, the Council of the Basque Language, it's strategical and it's a key to overcome the state barriers and transition to an international framework. And this will help with 3 different campaigns we have right now going on. I will explain briefly. The Basque Country is divided in 3 different governor administrations and in 2 different states. The first one in the middle, it's Navarre, where it's, I would say, some kind of an original situation where Basque is official, but only in the north part. What happens with that and what will give us the officiality at a European level is that it will highlight different contradictions. We know that contradictions always help to political changes. For instance, a European citizen from Navarre, a Basque speaker, if Basque arrives to be official at a European level, would have the right to relationate with European institutes in Brussels, whomever he wants, in his own language, but not with his own city hall or his own hospital, for example. Responding to the question you asked, at the northern Basque country, which is within the French state, and we know that the French state has an historical effectiveness applicating the policy of one state, one language. They are the best in that. That's not arguable. The situation of Basque there, it lacks any official recognition. So all the work we've done to revitalize this language has been create parallel institutions away from the public administration to try to normalize the situation of our language. The most important milestone, I would say, would be the ikastolas, which are the Basque schools, which were created from the base, just with parents concerned about the linguistical situation. And also to try to make people understand easier the real situation of the Northern Basque country, I would like to recommend a movie, which is always easier to watch than a panel. And it's called Bizkarsoro. The director is Josu Martinez. And it's some kind of a Novecento, but in the 20th century. And regarding the linguistic policy carried on by the French government to make marginalized and minoritized a language which was hegemonic at the start of the same century. There are 5 stories. They are really, it's a good movie. It's a really good movie. I recommend you to watch them. And the European officiality, it will also help us to highlight these contradictions where the same as Navarre, where the same citizen would have the same problem with his own government. And to end, I would like to explain the west part of the Basque country, which is the autonomous community of the Basque country, where Euskera, where our language is official, but we are living in a really complicated situation because in the 2 governments I mentioned before, the political power is in the hands of, I would say, conservative or not in favor of the Basque language. Here is a vast majority of political parties who has the power, so they try to implement different policies in favor of the Basque. The question is, if you don't have the political power, you have the judicial power, which is stopping systematically any policy we are trying to make in favor of the Basque language. The last one was the sentence of the Constitutional Court of the Spanish government, who prohibited, saying it was unconstitutional, to the municipal halls to make their work just in Basque, in our language. So to end, I would like to invite you all to the demonstration we have called for the 4th of November in Bilbao, to protest against this situation and to unite the Basque society for the normalization and the revitalization of our language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Eskerrik asko, Manesh. And then we now go to Galicia, to Elsa Quintas from A Mesa pola Normalización Lingüística.
Thank you. Bon dia. Good morning. I'm Elsa Quintas Alboresc. I come from Galicia. I am vice president of the organization A Mesa pola Normalización Lingüística. The official status of the Galician language in the EU would imply allowing its use in the European institutions, but it's still not official in all Spanish states. So we will have to continue to demand that Galician be recognized as an official language in the Spanish state to guarantee its presence in areas as important as consumer and audiovisual. We demand respect for the linguistic rights of Galician in products labeling, information and complaint procedures. As there are more than 500 legal provisions that impose Spanish, the most recent of which are transpositions of European legislation into the Spanish legal system. The recently approved audiovisual law, the application in the Spanish state, is another European legislation established abroad mandatory quotas for the presence of Spanish in all television providers. The inequality is obvious when the presence of the other languages, Galician, Catalan and Basque, is reduced to 1.5 only for some case and without anyone fulfilling that obligation or enforcing it. The European Union has the opportunity to demonstrate that it intends to protect linguistic diversity. The Spanish state must maintain the request that our languages become fully official languages in the European Union, with the norms that the Spanish state applies a symmetrical policy of language repression and provision, but an asymmetrical policy for the recognition of official languages. There can be no first category languages and second category languages. We want to repeat, linguistic rights are human rights. A legislative framework is needed to protect the rights of Galician speakers. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elsa, and thanks for this sort of panorama of views about the official language status for Catalan, Basque and Galician as part of the Spanish presidency for the last now 6 months of the calendar year. So the opportunity is now, or not for another 14 years, and with a political balance of political parties, this planetary alignment might not happen again. So over to you now, Vesna, for some closing thoughts for this session.
Yes, thank you very much. I am here in a twofold capacity, actually, of course, as a member of the COMEX for the Charter, but also as somebody who comes from Croatia. And Croatia was the last country that entered the EU, but somebody then exited the EU. The requirement for a language to be official within the EU, of course, comes from the first regulation since 1958. The regulation then said that the official languages in the member state will be also the official languages of the EU. And as you rightly said, the act has been changed several times because every time a new member state joined the EU, then also the list of the official languages was extended. What is the official language in a particular state is decided by the public authorities in that state. So it has to be official on the territory, and I think the gentleman from the Basque Country rightly pointed out that these languages are not official on the entire territory of Spain, and that of course creates certain problems. You also are aware that in 2005 there was also an opportunity for these big regional languages to be in a kind of co-official status with the EU institutions, and that is of course for the Catalan and Basque and Galician, and also for the UK languages. But it doesn't seem that there was a big impact from that possibility. Croatia started the negotiations already in 1999, but we joined in 2013. Since 1999, there were preparations for this status, among other things, for the status of the official language of the EU. And that included the need for the translations of all the acquis communautaire. And you know that the acquis communautaire is the name for the legislation that is already in force when the new country joins in. At the time, Croatia was joining, this acquis amounted to exactly 128,000 pages. 128,000 pages of the acquis had to be translated into Croatian. But then the EU Commission prioritized only 65 pages that have to be translated. At the same time, also Croatian legislation, some Croatian legislation had to be translated into one of the official languages of the EU so that the EU Commission and other bodies could understand what is the need for harmonization of the Croatian legislation when joining the EU. Croatia got the candidate status in 2004, and then only then started the negotiations for the accession. And some of you might remember that we were facing all kinds of problems and obstacles in this process of the accession. What is the problem with translations? You have to find in your own language identical meaning of the terms of the acquis communautaire and vice versa. And every lawyer will tell you, and of course the linguists, but lawyers especially, that is quite demanding to translate a legal term in one language to the legal term in another language. Because it's not just a translation like, I know, kidney is always a kidney, right? In any language. Yeah.
Or if it's in your body, it's a different word in Spanish.
Okay, but in legal terms, it's quite complex. I don't know, take the word like possession. It can mean all kinds of things and not necessarily the same legal meaning in all the languages. And for example, the Vienna Convention on Treaties recognizes this problem. So there are special rules for interpretation of treaties that have been concluded in several languages. Another problem that we faced during these translations and trying to find the right terms, how to translate legal texts, was the fact that English is, of course, the most popular language also in Croatia. And so lawyers and linguists, they were taking English texts as the basis for translation into Croatian. But there were several problems. First of all, English is a common law system, and we are not. We are closer to the German model of the continental legal system. And then English became co-official in the EU only in 1973 when UK joined. But many texts were created since the 1950s when the EU was created, and they were drafted in French, most of them. So it would be more correct to take the original language and then try to translate, but the translators couldn't read some of these languages. And that, of course, also because many people were involved in the process, it also needed some coordination between the translators. So the government was trying to navigate and to lead the translation process by creating, well, they did try to create an office for the translation, but that failed miserably. They were not able to do that. But then they were trying to establish the, what is it called, the tesauros. So like a source of words that you could use, terminology was there, and that really helped because the terminology, this tesauros was open to the public, and so everybody could put their recommendations and what they thought of the chosen words. And of course, 10 years after, we are still not happy with everything, but at least it's a one word used for the same term, and that is very important in legal terms. For example, I think the interpretation to this morning was talking from Italian was a project law. Is it a draft bill? So how to translate a project law? We would say something else in Croatian, and then it doesn't have the same meaning. Finally, we now have this has been quite well established. The translations, of course, are now part of routine. There are people called linguists, lawyers, who are sitting in the European Commission and somewhere around there, who are translating all the new legislation, but not just the legislation, but also there is a need to translate case law of the European Court of Justice, which predominantly works in French when they are sitting and deliberating the judgment. But in public, it is the language of the applicant. So whatever language comes to the court and the application comes in one of these languages, the court then works with, of course, the assistance of interpretation, and it costs a lot. One figure that I managed to find was that it costs EU about 1 billion euros. That was before the inflation. But that's not the biggest, that's far from the biggest, because they used to say that agriculture and translation takes the biggest chunk of the EU budget, but it's not. Of course, it was about 1%. And today, unfortunately, we spend much more on arms. Yeah. The times have changed. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vesna, thanks. Yeah. So we'll be keeping a close eye on developments. We know that there are concerns from some states that this would be opening the floodgates for requests from many other languages to join that group of languages with official status. We've done some, preliminary research in this area, and we're not convinced that this is going to be leading to any further immediate applications for quite a number of years. So we're looking at languages that have official status within the state, and also where there is a demand from within that language group as well to gain official status at EU level. So there are many arguments really now for these 3 languages to join the 24 official languages of the European Union. Clearly, on a personal perspective, I deeply regret that there isn't a 4th one at least knocking at the door, but Welsh is not going to be in that position for quite some time. And so really, as Elen, we're very eager to support the organisations around the table today in order to gain official status for Basque, Catalan and Galician. So with that, we will close the session. Thank you very much. Moitas gracias, moltes gracias y eskerrik asko. And yeah, thanks.
Right, we need to move rapidly on. I'm going to try and get the next panel done in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So the people who want to stay for the France session, stay in this room. And the people discussing the Alger situation, you go into the side room over there. So can we decide which one you want to go in? Either stay here, or you go to the situation about Alger in the side room just through over there. And could I ask the people for the French panel to come here? And obviously people from Consiglio Plataforma Omnium can also sit on that because of the context of Catalan and Basque in the French state. Yes. No. Well, Fernand's, I don't think Fernand's here. Where am I supposed to go now? You can, yeah, because I don't have anyone to do it, because Elisabetta couldn't do it, and I'm going to have to do this one. And like Fernand's disappeared, I think. I'm happy to do whichever you want. Yeah. So, Tongi, Anavari, Philip, Mark.
Speak slowly, please. Then.
Yeah, well, I was expecting. Where's Fernand? Do you want to? Yeah, okay. Does anyone from anybody else want to sit on this one? Where's Manek? Do you want to go on this one? And do you want to go on this one as well? Does Manek want to come for North? Okay, we'll sit next to Mark. Okay. So we have to rush on, unfortunately. And we've lost our special rapporteur. So, anyone see Fernand? No, he's not here. Okay, so now this panel is, in the last year in France, it kind of sums up the worst of everything going on with a kind of a rogue state, which France has become. It's banned the use of Catalan in councils in North Catalonia. It blocked an Occitan child having his name spelt correctly. It blocked exams in Basque. When children were ready to do their exams in Basque, they were told they would have 2 weeks and had to do everything in French. They stopped the use of Corsican in the Corsican Assembly. Breton exams were blocked in the same way. Children suddenly had to find out they had to do their exams in French. A Breton's boy's name, Fonch, blocked again because it's got a tilde on the end. The Molat law was censured. There was slight change with the education directive, but nevertheless. So this panel discussed this situation. We did a UN appeal about this. We're doing other activities about this. There's a new proposal for Corsican autonomy. Is this a sign of things beginning to change? Maybe. And then we talk about next steps about what Elen can do and how can we effectively challenge the French government's policy with its territorial languages, with the result that we're going to set up a special working group on France because of these ongoing problems of this over-centralized Jacobin ridiculous state that it just has policies to design to eliminate its languages. Completely unacceptable. Anyway, so we have our experts, our NGOs here, and we're going to quickly introduce themselves and outline the main problems for their language. So I'd like to start with Tanguy from Quevray-Brez.
Bon. On parle en français? Oui. No, in English?
Can people understand French well enough for them to proceed in French? Can everyone raise your hand if you agree that it can be in French? Oh, not really. No, it's not enough.
In French or in English? English.
English, yeah.
Okay. Well, I begin. So, the French Constitution says that regional languages belong to France's heritage. And the Constitutional Court says that this article doesn't create any right nor freedom guaranteed by the Constitution. So you have no rights in France for your regional language. On the 8th of April 2021 was voted a law on the protection of linguistic heritage protection and promotion for regional languages. But the Constitutional Court said that two articles were pulled down. And one article is about immersion schools. For you are not allowed to use regional languages in the life of the school. You can teach French, but not use French at school. Yes. Yes, and more than that, they say that the more you can teach in a regional language is 12 hours a week only. More than 12 hours, you are outside the Republic. Another article was pulled down is the tilt on surnames. Like in Breton, you have the name Franche with a tilt on the N, and is the same in Basque language. Till for Ignat, for instance. So you are not used to use a Breton or Basque name in French, the état civil. You are not registered. More than that, to be short.
Could we just want to get on with the problem, like what the recommendations are? So, can we go on to Philip? Because we know what the problems are already with Breton. Yeah? Okay. So can we just need to go on so the other speakers can speak? So you need to finish. Yeah? Can you finish quickly?
Yeah. On the recommendation of the United Nations.
Yeah.
No? Yeah. Bon, to be short. So, we did an appeal to the Council of Human Rights, and there was not a recommendation, but a communication who was made to the French state to ask what is the situation today. But today we have no answer from the French government.
Okay. There's no time. Okay.
It's okay.
Philip?
Actually, I don't know what you want me to
It's just like the main problem is with Alsace, like things going on, and just like introduce yourself and your organisation, and then the main problem.
My name is Philippe Moreau-Klein. I'm coming from Alsace-Moselle, which is the northeastern part of France, close to the Luxembourgian and German border, and Swiss border for Alsace as well. My organization is Culture et Bilinguisme d'Alsace et de Moselle. So our situation is pretty dramatic in the way that we were probably the region where the regional language was the most spoken after Second World War, because almost 90% of inhabitants spoke the dialects or standard German. And right now, we have probably like 40% of people in Alsace and less in Moselle who do speak the language. Our main problem in France is that we don't have any official figures because there are no census at all. The last official census was in 62. So it's very difficult to take measures based on figures which are inexistent. And I think that's one of the main problems, because some people are too optimistic and some people are too pessimistic, and it's very difficult to have a very clear picture of the situation. So, as you know, France signed the convention but did not ratify it. There is a constitutional obstacle, which means that the French government would have to present a draft, a constitutional draft. And you have to know that in France, the parliament is not the one who set up its agenda, the government does, and especially for constitutional reform anyway. And it would require 3/5 of the members of parliament to vote in favor of a constitutional change. And in order to ratify the convention, we need a constitutional change. And the timing is very bad right now, because I think that's something which should happen actually in the first part of the term of a president, when he or she is still quite popular, which is not the case right now. I think the current president has no chance, if he was willing to do it, to pass such a bill, because it's unpopular. Yes, I'm pretty pessimistic right now, so we can hope for the best for the next election, although we know very much that the chance that the far right win the election has never been that big. And they are totally against the ratification of the convention, and they are against any policy in favor of regional languages. So depending on the result of the next presidential elections, we will have the answer if it's feasible or not at all. Even if a majority has to be found, and when someone win the election, sometimes they, as we say in French, put some water in the wines. But I don't think that the far right is ready to go that far.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much. Eleanor, North Catalonia situation and things that we can do. Yeah, pass the microphone, please.
Yes, Hola, hola. Wow, no. Sí. Yes, North Catalonia. It was not supposed me to be here because I don't live there, but our colleagues from Òmnium Cultural in North Catalonia could not come, so I will just introduce the situation briefly. But there's a situation there where 5 city councils changed their regulation so to allow to speak Catalan in the plenaries of the city councils. And then the prefecta, the judge, the administrator, how you translate this, the prefecta, the judge there, the local one, said that that was not legal, that was going against the Cauteret's law, that is a law from the 16th or 15th century, and that it could only be everything in French. So they decided to go on a legal proceeding. Now it's on the administrative court. And they are quarreling about that. So what the justice says to the mayors, to the city councils, to these 5 city councils, is that they cannot change their legislation to allow to introduce Catalan in the plenaries orally and written. And then from many different civil society organizations in North Catalonia, they are working to have more social pressure for that, but also to help these city councils to make the case bigger. And then Elen was also involved, giving ideas on how we could do some lobbies, some political push, also to one line would be to unite different languages in France that can face similar situations, and another thing would be to tackle specifically this issue and then talk to the UN or to the Council of Europe and try to open different ways of action to have this change become a reality.
Marc, vous êtes d'accord en anglais? C'est bon? C'est possible en anglais pour vous?
I can try. Shall I present the Occitan language or what?
Can you do it in English?
I can. I can try.
Yeah, just a little bit, you know, it's just to say what the problem is.
So I represent here the EO, Institute of Occitan Studies, which used to be the most important normalizer of the Occitan language. Now we have a language with a normalization and standards, but unfortunately, at the same time, during the years, the speakers died, and so we are now in a very big difficulty. The Occitan language is on a very half the territory of France, so which is a very large territory, and with different dialects, at least 4, maybe 10, or maybe more, in fact. And this is another difficulty. The language is in 4 different districts, administrative regions. Two of these districts support the Occitan language. 2 of them are completely opposed to the Occitan language, which makes the things more difficult either. So now you have heard about the situation. The situation was bad. It is now worse because all schools, the immersion schools, the schools where people can teach in Occitan, and where the pupils live in Occitan language in the schools are now in danger because of the decision of the Constitutional Court. Can I suggest maybe something to my colleague? Maybe I could suggest, I have never talked about that before, but I know that in Alsace, for example, the regional council signed the charter, European Charter. I know that it was the case also in the Basque countries for some different places, some different towns. Wouldn't it be possible for us to ask all different places in Brittany, in Occitanie, to sign this charge? It could be at the level of the region, at the level of the department, or at the level of the towns. And maybe it would be a kind of pressure we could do on the French government to sign, or most precisely, to ratify the chart.
No, I mean, it's very interesting. We've seen that happening in Pays Basque, people, like little provinces, signing the charter, and it happened in Alsace, and then, you know, I mean, you're from the Alsace, how much, I mean, Moselle, but I mean, how much of an effect do you think that has? Do you think that would be an effective thing, Philippe?
Actually, I don't think so. I would rather think about European pressure from outside.
Yeah.
I mean, France is always playing the king of human rights, and as you can see, it's not the case. So I think it would be very good if organizations like Elen or other European countries would remind France that linguistic rights are human rights, and if you want to be a model democracy, you have to apply to comply with this kind of rights. So
Okay.
I believe the European pressure would be.
So we continue. Anna Vari?
Okay, I am Anna Vari, Deputy Mayor of Quimper, elected in 2020. And before I was General Director of D1 Language Immersion Schools. So just a few elements for you to understand the situation. Let us speak about the social demand. The last survey was made by the Regional Council in Brittany shows that 70% of the people want their children to learn Breton, more than 70%. So we have to start from here and to build. And in fact, now in Brittany, with 4,500 children in D1 schools, only, I will say, and around 16,000 in public school, bilingual, half-half. This is only 2% of the children in Brittany. And in Basque Country, North Basque Country, Iparralde, it's, I think, nearly 40% now. So situation is much better. We have to look at that. And I think for Brittany and Occitania, for example, which are very big, things must be built from the ground. And as deputy mayor of Quimper, elected 3 years ago, now we have all the communication coming out from the town in Breton and in French. Bilingual, if there is not a lot of text, and if there is a lot, we do 2 posters, and we put them in the town equality. And people with the design and so on welcome these posters. And we are going to have a new train station in Quimper, which will be the first one in Brittany with, we use Breton, but not written very little, you know. Breton as bigger as French in the train station. So I hope this will be an example for other people. And when Philippe was speaking about charter and so on, before in Quimper, they vote for a chart, but the civil servants in every services doesn't take care of this text. It was a lovely text, but it was not implemented. And when we arrived, we decided to make a permanent workshop with the organization, voluntary organization of Breton language and elected people to make a recommendation to the town council. And instead of a charter, we publish a guide how to implement Breton language in your work for the town. And this was much better than a charter, I must say. And just one sentence. I think when we speak about French situation, you know, perhaps President Macron went to Corsica and speak about autonomy in Corsica. But he said Corsican language can't be official. So you can see which kind of autonomy is going on, perhaps. And with this situation, I think when we see this situation, all of us in Europe have interest to make France going on. Otherwise, some other states in Europe may do the same as France, and we don't want that for you.
Merci, guys. Well, we have to wrap up because we're running out of time, and you know, we have to go for lunch. But just to kind of conclude on this panel, one of the things that we're going to do that actually was a recommendation from the Council of Europe was to press using the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe for an opinion from the Venice Commission about the fact that France hasn't ratified the Charter, which is another form of pressure that we can bring. And yes, you know, we can continue to go to the UN about this. We raise things with them and the Council of Europe, and that's continuous. But it just seems to be water off a duck's back. You know, nothing is changing this French state that just seems to be dedicated to destroying its languages. So we need to find like a new way of penetrating that to start to begin, you know, for like Jacobinism to begin to be dissolved away. And, you know, I don't know if any one of you could say, you know, what do you think we could do more to try to achieve this? Does anyone, like, out of you as the panel, what do you think would be the most effective thing that Elen could do? I mean, has anyone got a comment? What could we do more of?
We have to do more pressure from Europe on France today.
Yeah.
That's very, very important.
Mm-hmm.
And I have here a secret report of the French Ministry of Education about D1 schools. And they say, it's a secret report, and it came at D1 bureau anonymously. We don't know who did a photocopy of this report, and they say D1 schools are excellent. Their results are excellent. They speak very well French and Breton, but there is a problem. They are against the law. And so they say, we have to see how D1 has now to teach less Breton to be inside the law. So D1 school, but that's true also for Basque schools. They are against immersion schools, but today they immersion schools go on because the first ministry, Castex, was Catalan. And so he did, in French, circulaire. It's circular. It's very, very low in the law. But with this circular, we can go on teaching in immersion. But,
okay, Trigger is strongly, so we have to.
What we have to
Songi,
do
have
is
to
to
wrap
do
up
pressure,
now, right?
pressure on France
We have
from
to,
all
go.
countries from Europe.
Yeah, we have to go now, unfortunately, because the lunch is set for, well, it's going to be at 1:30. But we are setting up a working group with the UN Special Rapporteur to bring things forward. He's not here at the moment, but he has agreed to do that, so it's going to be very interesting having his expertise. Now, I'd like to draw this panel to a close. Could you actually take your headsets out there as you go out and leave them there, because you will not need them, I was told, for the afternoon session. So thank you very much for your expertise. And now we go to the same restaurant, I think, for the lunch. Thank you. Trigger eyes.